Everyone, and welcome to the Planning Commission. I'm going to call this meeting to order. If I could have everyone stand for the flag salute. I'll have a flag here. So
there you go.
Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to continue on to roll call. If I could have a roll call, Stephanie.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Guerrero.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez. Chair Sanchez.
Here.
Commissioner Liang.
Here.
Vice Chair Jones.
Present.
Commissioner Wilbert.
Here.
Commissioner Chang.
Here.
Commissioner Jaramillo.
Here.
Commissioner Quill is excused. We have quorum.
Thank you, Stephanie. All right, we will go into the consent agenda. Does staff have, before we actually go into the consent agenda, I will actually go over a few ground rules towards these meetings. We will first hear the staff report. From there, I will open public hearing and we'll hear public comments. From there, the applicant can respond to both the report and the comments made. And then we will go in from order of districts, from ward to ward, from commissioner to commissioner, any comments on the items. After everyone has gone, we'll go a second round, and that'll just be by hand. I'll call on the commissioner, and you can unmute yourself at that time so you can make your comments, and then we'll get response from the staff or the applicant. We'll have a vote, a roll call, and at one point in this meeting, we probably will have a break. If anyone needs to take a break at any point, please raise your hand so that we can note that in the tape record, and we can all reconvene at a few minutes from then. Does anyone have any need to recluse themselves or to excuse themselves from any of these items? No, I see no hands, so I think we're ready to go. If we could have the consent agenda, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission, on the consent calendar, we have one item. It's the approval of the minutes for our last meeting of September the 8th. They are complete as submitted. Our recommendation is for approval, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Oliver. At this time, I'll open public hearing, public comment for this item.
I have a question. Just on a couple of those minutes, I didn't see that I voted on them last time. Do you want me to tell you which ones they were?
Yes, please.
All right. I mean, I did vote for them, but I just didn't see it noted in the minutes. Okay. Let's see, approval of the minutes on one from last time. The one, let's see, number 4, I believe it was. I was one of the A. And 5. Those are the only 2 I seen right there.
I can make those corrections.
All right. And that's all I have.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments on the approval of draft minutes? If not, I will close public hearing and I will entertain a motion. Oh, yes, Commissioner Liang.
Yeah, so I wasn't at the last meeting, so I'll be abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Noted. At this point, I will entertain a motion to approve the draft minutes.
I'd like to make a motion approving the draft minutes as read into the record.
Do I have a second?
I second.
We have a motion, we have a second. If we could have a vote roll call, Stephanie?
Commissioner Guerrero,
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Lopez,
Aye.
Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilbert,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Commissioner Jaramillo.
Yes.
Item passes.
Perfect. Going on to public hearing items. The Planning Commission will first hear a report from staff, and then the public hearing will be opened. The applicant will have an opportunity to speak. Next, members of the public will be allowed to speak. After all have spoken, the applicant will be allowed to respond. The public hearing will then be closed, and the Planning Commission will begin deliberations and make a decision. All actions except general plan amendments and amendments to the Municipal Development Code are final actions unless an appeal is filed and a fee paid within 15 days to the Community Development Department. If you challenge the resultant action of the Planning Commission in your court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described in this agenda, or in written correspondence delivered to the Community Development Department at or prior to the public hearing. Going to item number 2. If we could have the staff report, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, for this item, Michael Rosales of our staff would be doing the presentation. Michael?
Hello, good evening, commissioners. Item number 2 this evening is conditional use permit 20-03 and public convenience or necessity letter 20-03. Next slide, please. The proposed project is an entertainment and banquet facility located within the Enterprise Building at approximately 28,000 square feet. The applicant is requesting an ABC Type 47 for on-sale general eating place, beer, wine, and distilled spirits, plus 6 additional licenses subject to an administrative development permit. The project is located at 320 North East Street within the Commercial Regional CR2 downtown zone. Next slide, please. We have our location map. Next slide. We have our aerial map. You can see the Carousel Mall behind the project location and City Hall to the west. Next slide. Existing site. We have the existing site of 320 Northeast Street. Next slide. So the request is for conditional use permit 20-03 and public convenience or necessity letter 20-03 to allow the establishment and operation of an entertainment and banquet facility with an alcoholic beverage license, control type 47, within an approximately 70,000 square foot commercial building, also known as the Enterprise Building, whereas only approximately 28,000 square feet within it would be converted. The operations consist of hosted events that will be catered, as well as have full service restaurants and vendor operators on site. The applicant is requesting the approval of an ABC Type 47 license as an overall umbrella license for the entire facility, with the additional approval of up to 6 ABC Type 47 licenses for the individual independent restaurants or vendor operators within the facility. For each of these independent restaurants or vendors, a condition of approval number 4 within the REZO is requiring that they would have to come back to the city with an administrative development permit. So it must be applied for and processed by the planning division, and as well as approval and issuance of an operator's permit by the city's police department. The hours of operation for the proposed facility will be Monday through Sunday, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. because it's open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner via Cafe Organics, who is an anchored tenant already for the location. There will be a total of 64 on-site cameras inside and around the proposed location with two full-time security guards, one at the entrance and then one that would be walking the grounds, as well as added security depending on the type of events occurring. In the case that there's a larger event, it's proposed outside of the scope of the original CUP, a special event permit will be filed for and approved by the fire, police, and community and economic development departments. Next slide, please. The property is located within Census Tract 57.01, where ABC license concentration standards allow for a maximum of 1 on-sale license. There are currently 10 within the census tract. However, there are only 5 within a 1,000-foot radius of the subject property. The police department reviewed the proposed ABC Type 47 license and conducted their investigation based on information provided in crime statistics within the surrounding 219 reporting districts within the city, where an average of 85 crimes were reported per district during the course of the past year. It was determined that the subject reporting district had only 30 crimes, which is below the citywide average of 85 crimes per reporting district by 35%. So the police department has no objection to the issuance of a new Type 47 on-site general eating place, beer, wine, and distilled spirits license for the proposed entertainment and banquet facility. Next slide, please. Parking for the project site has access via several driveways located on Northeast Street. Parking will also be located within the adjacent tri-level parking structure you can see on the exhibit. Street level parking will also be provided and located at city-owned property known as Court Street Square per a reciprocal parking agreement. Access to the site from Court Street parking lot is taken from the pedestrian Skyway Bridge, and there are several designated paths to travel that have been provided to ensure pedestrian safety. Traffic Engineer Division has determined that there was no traffic analysis needed for this project. As far as landscape, it would be repair and replace as necessary. The project aligns with the MCC 2025 targets and goals, and the proposed entertainment and banquet hall will not require any physical changes to the exterior of the subject site, and it provides adequate ingress and egress for assembly uses. It has sufficient off-street parking for the proposed use and will provide a source of culturally relevant and family-oriented activities to this area of the city. Next slide, please. So here we have the site plan. Next slide, please. This is sort of a rendering of what the inside would look like. We do have a commercial kitchen. We do have a little cocktail lounge with a gentleman excited about his Laker game on tonight. We do have another cocktail lounge rendition, and we also have Cafe Organics, which is already an anchor tenant for the spot. Next slide, please. So this is the floor plans. Level 1 is the basement floor plan. It contains approximately 10,000 square feet and will contain a large kitchen and a dance floor for the entertainment and banquet uses. Next slide. This is the first floor ground level plan, and it contains approximately 8,000 square feet and features a cafe, which is the Cafe Organics, open daily for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The first floor will also contain a prep kitchen, tap room for the beer, and bistro style seating. Next slide, please. This is the second floor plan mezzanine VIP lounge. It contains approximately 6,000 square feet. It's between the first and second floors and will consist of a VIP cocktail lounge. Next slide. So this is the second floor and the third level plan. It's the rooftop area on the west side of the building. It contains a total of approximately 4,000 square feet. You can see it within the yellow outline. And it will consist of a stage, dining, and dancing area, while the remainder of the second floor will continue to serve as offices. And next slide. So our recommendation this evening is the Planning Commission adopt resolution number 2020-046, finding the approval of conditional use permit 20-03 and public convenience and necessity letter 20-03 to be categorically exempt under section 15301 for existing facilities of the CEQA guidelines, and also approving conditional use permit 20-03 and public convenience and necessity letter 20-03 based on the findings of fact and subject to the recommending conditions of approval. That concludes my report, and I can take any questions anybody may have, and the applicant is also on board to take questions as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mike.
You're welcome.
At this point, I will open public hearing for item number 2. Do we have any public comments, Stephanie?
We do. We have voicemails and a few written public comments. So I'll start with the voicemails.
Hello, my name is Ryan Carter, RyanCarter, and I am CEO of Hall of Shadows Escape Games located in downtown San Bernardino. I'm calling to comment on the application for a conditional use permit for the Enterprise building in which I am located inside of in downtown San Bernardino, 320 Northeast Street. I would just like to say that I fully support this permit being granted to the building. The owners of this building have been very pro-business, been trying to bring some life into downtown San Bernardino, and the types of events the permit would allow are very much in demand, and I think it would be a fantastic asset for both businesses in the building, such as myself, as well as the community as a whole. If this permit were granted, I think it would do a lot to help the building and San Bernardino, so I sincerely hope that the Planning Commission does pass it. I would also like to state that I have no direct benefit from this permit. I'm not connected to these other businesses in the building, and we do not deal in alcohol or those types of events in our business. This is strictly something I think would be good for all of us. So we strongly, at Hall of Shadows Escape Games, we strongly encourage for the Planning Commission to grant the permit. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Ortega from Refuge Cigar Lounge in Redlands. I'm calling to let you know that I endorse and support the Enterprise building at 320 Premier Hall Venue and Event Center, and we want it to move forward. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Gian Tworkin, J-I-A-N-T-O-R-K-A-N, from ICO Real Estate Group. I'm calling in support of conditional use permit 20-03 for property address 320 North E Street. I'm calling in support of this project and would like to state that I've known Alan Stanley for a number of years, and he's the owner of this unique property, and he has done great work in revitalizing this property and helping to revitalize the downtown district. Thank you.
My name is Paul Conway, Paulconway. I'm calling on behalf for the 320 Enterprise building in Premier Hall. I think it would be great to have them in downtown for venue to bring nightlife back to downtown San Bernardino. The Stanleys has really came in and made a big impact on downtown by purchasing the 320 Northeast Street property. And I believe the community will support it, and more bigger and better things will to come if this gets approved for downtown San Bernardino. Thank you, and be blessed.
Hello, my name is Christopher Gonzalez. That's Christopher with a K, K-R-I-S-T-O-P-H-E-R, Gonzalez, G-O-N-Z-A-L-E-Z. And I'm calling in regards to the Enterprise building CUP. I'm asking for it to be approved, as it would greatly help out business and entertainment here in downtown of San Bernardino, which we have virtually nothing going on. It'd be a great start, and here at the Enterprise building would be a great place for that to begin. It's a beautiful building. It's basically the spark of bringing downtown San Bernardino back to life, and we greatly need that CUP for entertainment and to make it a location for other people to come out and seek for some fun, whether it's for business or just entertainment and dining. Thank you. Please, again, I'm asking for the CUP to be approved for the Enterprise building.
My name is Louis Wallace, L-O-U-I-S-W-A-L-L-A-C-E. I am with Big Lou Entertainment, and I endorse and support the Enterprise building and the 320 Premier Hall venue and event center. Thank you very much.
my name is Ron Arellano, Arellano, calling in regards to the 320 Terrace approval that is going through. I just wanted to thank the city to give us an opportunity to have another place that we can come visit and support. Again, my name is Ron Arellano, Arellano. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Eric Rivero, ERICRIVERO. I'm just calling to thank you for allowing us to have a 320 venue and event hall center. I'm looking forward to supporting and going there. So thank you very much. Bye.
My name is Angela Vizcarra, Angela Vizcarra. I am an employee of the San Bernardino County, and I endorse and support the Enterprise Building and the 320 Premier Hall venue and event center. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beatrice Morrow, that's Beatrizmaro, and I endorse and support the Enterprise Building in the 320 Premier Hall venue and event center. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Tony Almaraz, TonyAlmaraz. I'm a bill enforcement agent, and I endorse and support the Enterprise Building at 320 Premier Hall Venue and Event Center. Thank you.
Hi, this is Keenan Hernandez, KEINHBRNANDEZ. I am a mixologist, bartender, and musician, and I completely 100% support and endorse the Enterprise Building and the 320 Premier Hall venue and event center. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Rahman, R-A-H-M-A-N, Guerin, G-E-R-R-E-N. Once again, Rahman, R-A-H-M-A-N, Guerin, G-E-R-R-E-N. And I'm an attorney of 15 years, and I like to endorse and support the Enterprise Building and the 320 Premier Hall venue and event center. This is for a liquor license. I am familiar with individuals involved with this enterprise, and I truly support them and believe they will be a very positive force for the community. Thank you.
That's our last voicemail. I'll now go into the written comment. Give me one moment. Our first written comment comes from Chris Williams. Chris says, I am a financial advisor and I endorse and support the Enterprise Building and the 320 Premier Hall and Venue and Event Center. Our next comment comes from Lanai Dominguez.
Excuse me, Stephanie, we have another slide up on the screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay, thank you.
You're making Travis stress out over there.
This says, my name is Lanai Dominguez, founder of Comedy for Causes, and I am reaching out to endorse the Enterprise Building's 320 venue rooftop as an amazing space for outdoor events. We had our comedy show there last Friday, and it was a huge success. We kept a safe distance for social distancing orders, and everyone has been talking about what a great time they had. Again, Comedy for Causes will definitely be booking future events there. Thank you. Next comment comes from Mark Ariano. This says, this is Mark Ariano. I'm a teacher and student. I endorse and support the Enterprise Building and the 320 Premier Hall venue and event center. It would be great to have this atmosphere in downtown San Bernardino to go to and enjoy. And our last written comment comes from Lou Dowdy. Reaching out in support of the Enterprise Building and their request to obtain a conditional use permit to host events, I, along with my team, are fully in support of this. The Enterprise Building is a gem. The staff is so amazing and willing to help community organizations and small businesses like ours, Lou Productions. Their community involvement in authentic and much needed, especially in the downtown area of San Bernardino. I pray that your board grant their request. And that is all of our public comment.
Perfect. Thank you, Stephanie. At this point, I will open, I opened public hearing before. I will go to the applicant if they wanted to add anything to either the report or comment on the public comments that were made to this item.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Gary Miller with Miller Architectural Corporation. We are the architects on the project. And I, first of all, would like to say that in my 34 years of public hearings, this is the first time I have had so many supporting communications with zero objections. So we concur with not only the staff report, but the support communications that you've received. We think as urban planners, this is what we are trying to achieve in downtowns, to bring in mixed use and entertainment venues, particularly in historic buildings such as this one. It is a great venue that people will want to go to, and it's positioned to support City Hall activities, the activities at the California Theater, and as the mall transitions to another use, we think it will be an integral part of the revitalization of downtown. So we appreciate all the support that our staff has given us, and I should say that the City of San Bernardino staff has given us, and we look forward to bringing this to complete activity.
Thank you so much. All right, so what I'll do is I will go down the list of commissioners and we'll go and see if they have any comments on this item. Starting with Commissioner Guerrero, any comments?
Yes, thank you. I've actually attended an event, a fundraiser at that building. It's a beautiful building. I remember it way back when, the mall was in full force activity. So to see it brought back and beneficial for the downtown area and something that will support City Hall employees and functions, it sounds like a great deal. Of course, my concerns would be for safety. It sounds like having a full event would bring additional security guards. I'm not too sure, and of course, if the police packet, are supportive with just 2 full-time security guards, I don't know if that would be enough. That would be my only concern is, of course, the safety.
If I may.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
If I may to that, again, this is whenever the facility, as it relates to security, whenever the doors are open, there will be the 2 security guards as indicated in Michael's presentation. When they have their special events, when they're going to have a quinceañera or something going on in, one of the banquets, or there's a large, or, some of the other restaurants start to be populated, people going in. We will review that, and I believe the condition there's a condition, or we're recommending a condition that kind of a threshold for for every 50 or so, people going to the events or occupying the building, that they add an additional security guard. I know that the applicant has indicated that he has already thought about adding additional security guard. We've had several discussions with Mr. Stanley, the property owner and operator of this facility. And, he's not only excited to get this underway, but he understands some of the safety issues and the security, so we want to have a venue that's going to be successful and a draw to the community, and a positive image, so when people think of, the Enterprise building, they can, it's similar to the packing house at Anaheim, or however far the food lab in Riverside is coming up, where our hopes are to surpass that in terms of success. But those are kind of models just as we're looking at. And, as with all of our CUPs and as our code requires by itself anyway, we do have those conditions. That conditional approval says that, every 6 months after they start operating, we'll be monitoring and reviewing it. And just by the nature of the operation, as Mike indicated in his presentation, whenever so they're asking for 6 additional licenses. So there's the 47, the one that's before you this evening, it's kind of the umbrella approval or ABC license for it. It's really kind of because of a nuance of our development code. Restaurants in and themselves, when they're serving food, can serve alcohol. If you're a bona fide restaurant, you can get a type 47 license. So in practicality, if they wanted to open up a restaurant, just a restaurant at this facility, they can do so by right. Okay, just they have to get their operator's permit from the police department, and they're ready to go. Because they're also going to have events there, and it's a banquet facility, that kind of thing. That's what triggered the conditional use permit. That's what actually requires a CUP. In this particular case, it's the entertainment and the banquet facility. It's not just the alcohol by itself. So before you really, it's the banquet, and they're selling alcohol. And so as you looked at some of the other floor plans, you saw some of the different levels. There was a cocktail lounge. There's an area for tapas. There's different areas. And so we've had a number of conversations with the applicant in terms of how many do you foresee, and how are these going to be operated. So these are going to be individual businesses that come in and want to enter into a lease with the property and say, well, okay, I'd like to have a lounge or a restaurant or what have you. And if it's a restaurant, if it's a bona fide eating facility, it's more than chips and salsa or whatever. They actually have a menu. They would our code in it is currently, if you're, like I said, if you're a restaurant, you can sell alcohol there. And so our process is an administrative development permit. And so those additional 6 that want to come forward, they would submit an application to us. We would process that, run it by the police department. They go through their operator's permit requirements, get their proper licensing through ABC, and then they operate just as if they were a restaurant anywhere else. In this particular case, they just all happen, the other 6 just happen to be in the same building. And so as time goes on, we will monitor it. And our hope and intent is that this is successful. And we're, like I said, we're starting with the 6, because there's that magic. What's that magic number? How many licenses do we want to allow there? And in a perfect world, if it's successful, they've got 2 other floors or whatever. Maybe they come back and ask for a couple of more. We'll see. And so we want to keep it open. We're excited about the possibility. Everyone says that there's nothing to do downtown. And this is kind of the chicken and egg thing. There's not really people in the downtown right now, but maybe something like this can be the catalyst to start bringing people in and create some life. And we've got some other buildings that are next, nearby that possibly could be a similar venue. We have the Heritage Building. That's a beautiful building that's on Court Street. Wouldn't it be nice if we had something that was similar to that, or what have you? And so this is, again, this is a unique, I'll call it a unique project for the city. We recognize that we've been working on this with the applicant for a few months now. Not exaggerating, just trying to craft what is it, let's shape this. What are we looking for? What do we want to present so that we're clear? And my general statement is always, the goal is to make sure that everyone has the same picture or image as to what's being proposed. And to the extent that the commissioners all have that same image and make your informed decision based on that, that's our goal. So we welcome questions. If you, of course, and if you have any conditions that you think, or that you think we should add, or maybe you, because of a place that you visited or what have you, this is really an opportune time. And again, our goal is to have a successful project that we could all be proud of, and we would love all of your input in terms of how that can happen. And I'm sure the applicant would welcome that as well. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but but there you go. Sometimes my staff teases me and asks me afterwards if I remember what I said, and so there we go. But a great project in any event.
Yeah, this is Alan Stanley. I'm the owner and operator of the Enterprise Building in the 320 Premier Hall. I would like to add regarding the security that is first and foremost on our mind as well. And we've had probably 20 to 30 events over the past 18 months with special event permits at the building, ranging from charity events to art exhibits to small concerts, a fashion show, quite a variety of events. And we've had 0 security incidents because we take it very seriously. And the number of security guards really is commensurate with the type of activity that's going on. If there's no event going on in the building and it's just restaurants serving breakfast, obviously we don't need the same number of security guards as if we're having a special event and a large concert where we may have 100 or more people. In that type of a situation, actually in any situation we've had in the past, where we're actually serving alcohol in the building, again with the permit, has been a minimum of 4 security guards. We've posted one at every applicable entrance and exit to make sure nobody is leaving the building with alcohol, everybody is of age, and everything is safe. So we share that concern and are very very mindful of safety of our guests, of our building, and of the city. Thank you.
Any further comments, Commissioner Guerrero?
I have some questions. Oh,
Perfect. All right. So going on, Commissioner Lopez, any comments?
yes. Thank you, Elizabeth. I think this is great. I did attend one event there at the Enterprise. It was an art event. It was a little while ago. It was very well done. It was a small event. It was very well done. I was entertained and I felt safe being there. I'm glad to hear that the developer in both speak of the city are saying the same, the concern of security, especially for me, I would think the parking areas, because not like next door to the venue itself that close, and people will be going, and we're going to need to make sure that those are controlled. So this is a large project, because look at the plans and everything. You're talking about basement, a mezzanine, the first floor, the second floor, and the top. Sounds like you can probably schedule, or you'll be scheduling more than one event at the same time. And I really suggest to make sure, as Oliver says, we monitor, watch out that, make it that the Enterprise a very tight management plan. In fact, going to happen one event happening at the time. The question that you have to do with the hours of operation and the serve of alcohol. The hours of operation is on the station 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. 6 a.m. is that to accommodate groups have office space there or restaurant that it seems like a cafe? And what time would they be serving alcohol at any of the events? And who will be responsible for the serving? Is it the Enterprise, the developer, the owner, who the holder of license, or the people are renting the for use? if the staff answer or the developer, doesn't matter.
Oliver, did you want to?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
The hours of operation, I saw in the presentation 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. What is that? At 6 a.m. for office suites, restaurant, venues, and who would they serve the alcohol and who would be seen?
So it's our understanding that the building is essentially open from, it's only closed, I should say, from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. So closed for a 2-hour period. They do plan on having a restaurant that's open for breakfast, opening at 6 o'clock. They also have other, you know, they on the 4th and 5th floors, they have other offices. You know, there's other facilities that's above what's being proposed here, the facility. And so there's people that are going into the building, you know, a variety of hours anyway. So if the commission is inclined, you know, the way that ABC does work, you know, bars can open at 6 a.m. and they close at 2 a.m. I don't know that that's the intent here. I think if this is really more intended to be an entertainment or you know, food kind of you know, establishment, I would think that it would be reasonable to maybe you know, modify those hours, and maybe it's where you can have maybe a mimosa or something like that with breakfast, maybe starting like at about 11 o'clock, 10 or 11 o'clock, maybe something like that. You know, that's more reasonable. I don't know if we want to encourage people to wander in at 6 a.m. to start consuming alcohol. Personal opinion. So that's certainly something to think about. You know, what usually venues. You know, we have a couple of what I call nightclub facilities in town that they typically open their doors at, you know, for their entertainment nightclub purposes. They'll open at 7, 8 o'clock, you know, until 2, and so that's more an evening venue. But I think that Mr. Stanley, the applicant, would be open to any suggestions that the commissioners may have in terms of reducing those hours, specifically in the morning hour. I would suggest maybe 10 or 11 o'clock to, you know, something go along with breakfast as a suggestion.
I think I can add a little bit to this. So the building itself is an office building as well. The entire facility is 70,000 square feet, of which 28,000 square feet is this venue. Now, the office building itself is open 24/7, always has been, and the events, again, commensurate with the type of event. You know, perhaps there might be a sunrise yoga event out on the terrace to welcome the new day, and they may have a mimosa, like you say. But the restaurants are going to be 6 a.m. because that's the breakfast crowd. City workers in downtown, patrons coming to the area like to be getting their breakfast 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Then you have the lunch crowd. Of course, they're a little more typical from a restaurant experience for the lunch crowd to perhaps have a drink with lunch. And of course, the dinner crowd might have a drink with dinner. So the restaurant concept is a little bit different from the venue and event concept. And if you encompass the entire project, which is many different facets, and try and reduce that to what are the hours of operation that something might be happening anywhere in the building, having anything to do with the CUP, we came out with 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. Not to say there would be one event that would start at 6 a.m. and run all the way until 2 a.m., but that's your breakfast, your lunch, your dinner, and there might be an event that happens in the evening hours. So I hope that clarifies.
So the normal operating hours to serve alcohol for a restaurant is usually 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. I don't believe that there would be alcohol service between 6 o'clock and 6 a.m. and 11 a.m. anyways. I don't believe that the Type 47 license would even allow that, but we can look into it. The reason being they are opening so early is because Cafe Organics, who's one of their tenants, anchor tenants, I might add, is serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. As well as Alan had said, there are going to be offices that will be on the second floor, the fourth floor, and the fifth floor that will also need to be to get to their offices during the day and during the early morning hours. For most of the other restaurants and venues, they will mostly operate 11 o'clock and after if they are serving alcohol. With the 2 a.m. cutoff.
If I may make a suggestion and or comment, I want us to be mindful of not creating a monitoring, nightmare, if you will. I mean, where it's like, well, okay, who can sell, who can't sell? You can sell at 9 o'clock, but you can't, or you can sell at 6 a.m., but that kind of thing. I think for monitoring purposes, I think that if we were to establish it, as Michael's, if we can say that as an example, that 11 a.m. is a typical time that restaurants, your typical restaurant would sell alcohol. Maybe that's what we say. So as we, I mean, it's across from City Hall and stuff, and somebody wanders by and why is someone, having a beer at 9 a.m. We already know that they're not supposed to. And it rather than saying, well, you could drink it over here, but you can't drink it over on this side, And so I would suggest that we fix the hours of operation for the sale of alcohol to make it consistent for the entire venue. So the VIP lounge and the breakfast facility aren't necessarily selling alcohol at the same time. That would be my suggestion. My suggestion would be 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. With the
1:30 last call.
I think that would be a great amendment if we can add that to the conditions of approval of, if you could word that into kind of alcohol on premises and everything will be sold from 11 on with the 1:30 call. I think that'd be a great addition to the approval.
I agree. Thank you.
Applicant has no objection to that.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that approval. Any further questions, Commissioner Lopez? If not, then Commissioner Liang, do you have any additional comments on this item?
Great comments by, good questions by Commissioner Lopez, and good answers from staff. Appreciate the modification amendment to this, and with no objection from the applicant. That's great. Sounds great. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jones, any comments on this?
I think it's ultimately a great project. I think it's much needed for the downtown area and the revitalization efforts that the community and the city is putting forward. So yeah, I'll definitely be supporting it. And thank you to the applicant for bringing it to the city for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Wolbert, any comments?
Yeah, when I first reviewed this project, I really had my doubts. But boy, I'll tell you, after listening to everybody and how it's being put together and everything, I think it's a fantastic operation. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wolbert. Commissioner Chang.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, great. I have a hard time with audio here. Anyways, my question to the architect is, this is a historical building. It was built in 1927. Just wondering if you guys doing anything that modifies the exterior of the building, and in keeping with in respect to the historical significance of this building. Can you talk about that? Thank you.
At this time, there are no plans to make alterations to the exterior of the building, other than the roof deck that's behind the building. And that's, as you know, getting converted to a beer garden. But as far as the exterior finish of any exterior walls, those are not being touched.
So was the interior already altered years ago when it was converted to an office?
Yes, in the early 80s, there were some modifications to the interior.
And that roof deck was not part of the original 1927 portion?
Well, yes, the what's underneath the roof was there before as part of the original building, but it was simply a roof. It has never been an occupied space. It's up until now only been a roof.
Thank you. That's it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
If I also may add, the Enterprise Building is under the Historic Preservations Act and a part of the Mills Act. So for them to do any alterations, they would need to come through the Planning Division Department first for approvals.
Okay, and you guys already looked into that, obviously.
Yes, we did.
Great.
Yes, we
Thank
did.
you.
You're
Yeah,
very
because that's designed by Howard Jones, who's a San Bernardino architect. So historical significance.
I would like to add, as the applicant, that the historical significance and architecture and the beauty of that building was one of the primary reasons that we acquired it in the first place. And it is our great desire to maintain and preserve that legacy and to restore it to its original splendor.
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I think you guys done a fabulous job, by the way. I mean, preserving in the original design of both the owner and the architect vision back since.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Jaramillo? Any comments?
No, I don't have any objections. Just the only comments is I think it's a good addition. I mean, I know it's there already for the offices, but just the way it's going to be used, I think it's a good idea. Good project, because I walk around there and hopefully that brings more people, down to downtown. A couple weeks ago, we walked around and there really wasn't much. And I was just right there in that area, walking over that bridge, looking around. And, I think I'm happy that this is being brought forward. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Much like my other commissioners have mentioned, I had questions about the ABC Type 47 license, especially with the request for an additional 6. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Mike, for clarifying that for us.
You're welcome.
It really kind of cleared my mind about that, because I was kind of worried, so we're putting more in, but depending on the venues and then the people coming in and the events you're having, that would be great. I think honestly the project looks great. Just like Commissioner Chang mentioned, I was wondering about the historic preservation. I did go onto your website and everything to kind of check what the building looked like on the inside. I see there's still some things that remain from when it was originally built. I believe you guys are keeping that to make sure that you preserve that, and I bet that's already been checked by Mike and everyone. So I'm really happy to hear that that's staying, and we're keeping our history here in San Bernardino. I think it's a beautiful project. It's going to bring a lot of business, and I really hope everything goes well. When do you think you'll open or start making these renovations?
As soon as you guys say yes.
Perfect.
Excuse me. This is Bruce Evans. I'm a land use attorney. I'm part of Alan's team, and I apologize for interrupting. I just didn't have another convenient spot to come in. But I know Alan had worked with Mr. Rosales on some minor tweaks to the conditions of approval, which I understand were agreeable to staff, but I haven't heard them mentioned yet. And so I guess my question to staff was, Were we going to include those modifications in the resolution approved tonight, or was that going to come back at a later date for final approval?
That'll be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If it's something we need to talk about tonight, we're certainly prepared to do that.
No, it'll be revised, and the resolution will be updated with the conditions.
May I ask what condition specifically that was?
This is going to be for the rooftop dining and entertainment. They're requesting conditions number 15 and 16 to include the word interior to specify the conditions applied to interior activities concerning the 65 dBA for noise.
Okay.
Let me see. And then we have for special events and ticketed events, they wanted that flexibility to charge for cover admission for certain events. So most of the special event permits, where there would be serving alcohol and having outdoor activities, if they could go ahead and charge for those, because condition number 11 states that there must be no cover charge because it is a type 47 ABC license. So they're asking that there must be no cover charge, door charge, search charge, or entrance fee to enter the establishment, its property, or any area under the owner's control. So they're asking to rent. Oh wait, excuse me. So they're asking if they could go ahead and charge for any special events that are outside of the under the scope of the conditional use permit, basically. And then request for condition number 11 to be revised as follows. It states there must be no cover charge, door charge, surcharge, or entrance fee to enter the establishment, its property, or any area under the owner's control other than the fee charged by the owner to rent the entire facility for any event in excess of 100 persons in attendance that occurs after 6 p.m. and or with the live entertainment or when an entertainment permit is required unless a special events permit is obtained. And then for security guards, we talked about that, where they're requesting condition number 28 be advised to state between the hours of 6 p.m. and 2 a.m., a minimum of 2 uniformed security guards shall be required at all times when alcohol service is available or live entertainment is offered, which we already touched on earlier. And then for promoters and vendors, condition number 12, it's written where it could prohibit the owner operator from working with other businesses to hold various events. So they're requesting the following revision, stating the owner operator shall not share any profits or pay any percentages or commission to a promoter or any other person based on monies collected as a door charge, cover charge, or any other form of admission charge, including minimum drink orders or the sale of drinks. And then goes on to say the owner operator of the premise shall not rent the facility in a manner which relinquishes control to any vendor, promoter, et cetera, as the condition reads already. And those are what I was presented with today. If it pleases the commission, we can read them into the report, and write them into the report at, upon the final reso, or I would confer to Oliver on how we would go ahead, or Albert.
So that's fine, Mike. You're reading the language and citing the exact number of the conditions. It's fine. And so, Madam Chair, we just should ask the applicant on the record, for the record, that they agree with those conditions as stated. And then whoever makes a motion, if the motion is to approve, to mention that the motion includes those revised conditions as read by staff.
Perfect. Thank you, Albert. I don't see much kind of negation like that or any conflict with adding that language. I'll defer to my other commissioners as well if they have any comments on any of it. I would like to see, did staff go over all of that prior to you reading this in? Did you have the appropriate time to be able to kind of make sure it does work with what the city, you know, wants and approves?
I'm not sure that analysis was included in the report, frankly. I may, if I may ask our legal counsel, Albert, in my mind, a nightclub and a banquet hall are two different uses. You know, charging, not charging, you know, inviting somebody to my party is not the same as inviting somebody to my concert. And so I guess I'm asking from a legal perspective, Albert, we did not advertise for a nightclub venue as I would characterize. If you're charging, it's a nightclub. I don't take issue with the use or what they're asking. I just want to make sure that we're on solid grounds as it relates to what we're approving and what was advertised in our notice.
Right, I hear you. I think you're right. I think that the uses are different. I think if it's like a banquet where, you know, there's a fee paid in advance to use for an event, but there's no charge at the door, that's different from charging people at the door. So, and there may be some different type of a business license required for that than operating the banquet facility.
May I allowed to speak on that subject? This is Gary Miller speaking. I would like
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to point out one example. I've attended several events at the DoubleTree in a banquet setting, and some were sponsored by Chamber of Commerce, some were sponsored by service clubs, some were political fundraising events, and you had the option to either pay in advance or pay at the door. So I do think there is quite a bit of precedent for special events allowing people to pay at the door, using those as an example.
And I thank you for that comment. You know, I'll go back to one of my earlier statements when I said, you know, my goal is to try to get everyone imagining the same picture, the same image in terms of what's being proposed in terms of a land use. I will say that when we first, you know, kind of the chronology of this, when we first received the application, it was listed as a banquet hall. Okay, and so as we spoke with the applicant, as we reviewed the plans, examined what they were proposing to do, it was clear that it was more than just a banquet hall. A banquet hall, you know, we all know that, right? You go into a facility, they got the food over here, they got the alcohol and beverages on this side. That's a banquet hall. You got people having fun in the middle. Okay. When you start combining levels, it's different levels of a building. When you start creating areas where there's different venues, if you will, there's a restaurant here, a lounge here, there's dancing, there's music, whatever the case, all that is fine, but that's not a banquet hall anymore. That's an entertainment facility, right? So taking those two things and saying, well, okay, we've got banquets, you're going to have banquets, and you're going to have entertainment. That's fine. That's how we came to the description in our legal notice, in our agenda, and in our staff report as what we're presenting. If I fell asleep at the switch, I apologize. I did not catch we wanted to charge also. If that were the case, if I would have known that, I would have said nightclub, entertainment, and banquet hall facility. I would have included everything that they were proposing to do. And so that's why I ask, I'll kindly ask Albert again for if we're okay from a land use and planning perspective. I'm fine with that. You know, it's okay. I don't mean to put Albert on the spot kind of thing. I just want to make sure that if it's operating like a nightclub, is it okay that it's being approved without ever saying it was a nightclub? That's all that I'm really asking.
I'd like to add in as well, Albert, since it wasn't in the original packet that the commissioners received, had it not been brought up, what would have happened in terms of that being added or amended? Would it come back to us, or would it just go straight into City Council approving with the additions?
If it had never been brought up, it wouldn't have any legal effect, because you can't change the resolution without it coming before the commission. So, you know, in this situation where it wasn't mentioned, but we had it on the record, staff mentioned what the changes were, the commission can agree to that. But if it had never been mentioned at all, it can't be changed outside of a Brown Act meeting. My concern is more under the Brown Act than the land use part, because the land use part, you know, I probably would have to do a little bit of research in our code to see if they are treated differently. But under the Brown Act, I'm concerned that the notice that went out has it more like a banquet hall. And just, you know, again, without doing a deeper dive, I think Oliver is right. The common understanding of a banquet hall is banquets are for weddings, for quinceañeras, for those types of things. And usually there's not a fee for that. And I think the common understanding would be it's different than a nightclub where there's a cover charge. So my concern under the Brown Act is that it might be iffy to approve a nightclub function when it wasn't noticed to include that kind of function.
So that can be added later on, as it was just sent to Mr. Rosales today.
Absolutely, yes.
So we could
approve.
What we have, and then that can be at a later date, you know, added or kind of go through the appropriate channels. As
Absolutely, we can approve today what was in the packet, and then it can be brought back, another resolution revising the conditions to include that part. Absolutely.
Is it as an alternative, not because I love long meetings or additional items, as an alternative, do we have an opportunity to say continue and re-advertise it for the next meeting, so that we could modify the notice?
If I can add a thought in here, I just wanted to be clear that our intent as the applicant was not to be a nightclub. It was with the idea that there are other types of events besides people just coming to pay a cover charge and go to a party. That was not our primary intent or use here. The idea was, let's say we're going to have a charity event for raising money for our Stumworks organization, and we want to have the ability to charge an entrance fee to get in that's going to the charity. And if that means that we have to have a special event permit for that type of event because it's an unusual use, that doesn't bother me. But it is not our intent or desire to be a continuously operating nightclub. This is for occasional events, just so that we're not barred from the ability to have that type of event. Not that in any way we're trying to just be an outright nightclub. That's not our intent.
And just to follow up on Alan's comments, this is Bruce Evans representing Alan. It may have got lost in the reading, but we were very specific in our proposed change to include language that if there was a cover charge, if you will, then a special event permit would be required for any such event with more than 100 people or with live entertainment. So if it becomes something that the city would think of as a larger event or as an entertainment type event, beyond the conditions of approval, then it's clear that a special events permit would need to be obtained. But for charitable events, small scale events where it might be appropriate to charge a fee, then he doesn't want to have to pull a special events permit if he has a comedy night like he had recently that was for it was for education for disadvantaged kids. Tickets are sold to those events. So we were trying to give Alan the flexibility to have upscale events, fundraisers, and just smaller events where there might be dining and entertainment, but still acknowledge the city's concern that we know you don't want this to morph into a nightclub. And for larger events, there is language already in the conditions of approval and the condition that we proposed that would make clear that a special event permit would need to be obtained. So that's what we were looking for in the flexibility under certain circumstances to have a ticket charge or a door charge, if you will.
If I may clarify, I am not concerned over the over the request, the land use, if you will. I mean, whether it's charging for a charitable event, hopefully, a New Year's Eve party there, or something, fundraiser or something. From my standpoint, I think that is an acceptable land use given the venue, the building, and the facilities. I just want to make sure that we're on stable ground as it relates to what we're approving is what we advertise. I just don't want anyone to say we never knew that that's what it was going to be. That's really my only question. If there's a way that we could approve it tonight with that understanding, I'm in full support of that, something like that as well.
Yeah, and I would point out, Mr. Sir, that there is language in the staff report and the resolution that references the uses to include dining, dancing, entertainment, and that live entertainment specifically requires Alan to obtain a live entertainment permit. So these various types of hospitality activities are certainly contemplated in what's before the commission and what was noticed.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you all for those clarifications. I did have, just one other question, not quite related to the additions being proposed. The offices on the different floors, I know they are going to be sealed off. How are they going to be sealed off from the rest of the venue or the building, the restaurants, so that nobody just randomly wanders into one of these, offices or?
Great question. And the design of the building actually had that use contemplated since the get-go. It's been like that for nearly 100 years. This building was a shopping mall and an entertainment center before they had invented shopping malls. And so the first 3 floors are segregated for this entertainment and shopping experience, and the upper 4 floors are constructed for office use. So they're actually physically separated from most purposes between the shopping entertainment venue space versus the office space. Obviously they're connected because they're in the same building, but that they're not directly adjacent. The office space resides above the venue space and not within the venue space. So you can still get there if you go up the stairs to it, but it's very easy to keep it secure, especially if there's an event type thing going on. That's part of the security to make sure that people there for entertainment are not infiltrating the office space. The office space explicitly and specifically is not allowed for alcohol use or consumption. And the only interaction between the entertainment space and the office space contemplated in this CUP is the fact that there's an entrance from the parking on the 2nd floor, and that you would traverse that hallway to get to the rooftop terrace as an accessible entrance. Other than that use, there is no direct interaction between the office space and the entertainment space.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Just wanted to make sure that, the people who are renting those offices and using those facilities aren't, worried that they have to make sure that everything's locked down and everything just because, there might be people wandering in from events.
Absolutely. I share that sentiment, and that's extremely apropos and one of our top concerns. We actually have 64 cameras throughout the building that cover every inch of space not inside a tenant suite. So every means of ingress, egress, every hallway, every corridor, every conveyance. And we take it very seriously.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So what I'll do at this point is I'll go through the commissioners if anyone has additional comments or any comments on the additions, the revised additions for this project that have been proposed by
Actually, there was a condition that was read, something that referred to the ABC license. I mean, is that something that we could even override or not?
In what regard?
Well, that's if Mike can read through, it was one that went back to the ABC license.
I think
We
I
have the
can,
rooftop dining entertainment.
are you talking about adding the additional ABC licenses to additional restaurants over time?
No, there was. Let me see. No, there was nothing read in about the ABC Type 47.
Okay.
All right. Yes, it was condition number 12, promoters and vendors. It did just have to do with collecting at the door, cover charge, and including minimum drinks orders and the sale of drinks is what it was.
Yeah, that was condition number 11.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I do want to assure the commission, just so there's no confusion, that initially the entire premises will be operated under my umbrella license. So everything's going to be my responsibility, and the onus will be on me for the compliance and security. Over time, somebody may come in and want to get their own license. Should that happen, they will have to get consent from the planning department, as well as the police department, as well as the ABC. So we're not giving categoric rights to additional licenses within the building. You'll still have 3 levels of control over that.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Any other commissioners who have comments in regards to the additions read into the record? I see no hands. I think overall the things added, it seems that it won't change the idea of what was proposed and what was sent out in the mailers. So I think we can add those additional comments and conditions of approval. If we can also add in, and it was already approved by Mr. Stanley, that from 11 to 2 be the alcohol, like starting time with that, and the 1:30 call, last call. Perfect. If those can be added to our item, that would be wonderful. And
yes, we
then,
will add it to the resolution.
Great. Thank you, Mike.
You're very welcome.
So I'll close the public hearing for this item, and I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda item as read into the record.
I second that.
May we, for clarification, I just want to be clear on those conditions that were requested to be modified. Would you mind, the name escapes me, to read in what those conditions, how you are recommending that they be, or suggesting that they be modified, so I can be clear, so we modify the resolution if so be?
Oh, you want me to reread them?
Well, I just want to make sure that whatever, I guess, I don't remember what Bruce's last name is, but he was suggesting some changes. I just want to make sure that we all understand what that language is,
okay,
so that we could modify the resolution if need be appropriately.
So concerning rooftop dining entertainment for condition numbers 15 and 16, include the word interior to specify the conditions of the 65 dBA sound applied to interior activities. This is to address any potential concerns, and condition to be added to address outdoor activities on the rooftop deck and to ensure that the outdoor activities don't interfere with the quiet enjoyment of nearby residents or businesses. And then we have.
Okay, if I may interrupt. So 15 and 16, I don't read it that way in the resolution that I have. Are you reading a different?
I'm just reading what they had sent me over for
I know, but which condition are we modifying in the?
Get the staff report.
I don't see a condition that refers to decibels.
I can speak to that, sir. This is Bruce
Okay.
Evans. Mr. Rosales is correct. We had requested that conditions 15 and 16 include the word interior to specify that those conditions apply to interior activities. The reason we were requesting that is because those conditions are so restrictive on sound that they're not consistent with the approved rooftop entertainment, which could, of course, be audible beyond the property. Not obnoxiously so, but it might be audible. So we wanted 15 and 16 to specifically apply to the interior of the premises. We had proposed an additional condition be added that would govern the outdoor dining and entertainment, and that was to address any potential concerns and make sure that the outdoor dining and entertainment was kept in check and was appropriate. The wording of that condition would read, the proposed new condition would read as follows. Prior to commencing outdoor dining and entertainment, and to ensure that such activities do not interfere with the quiet enjoyment of nearby residents and businesses, the owner-operator shall submit an application for a live entertainment permit, which shall include an operations plan, including specific security measures and noise mitigation practices to the satisfaction of San Bernardino Police Department and Planning Department. At least one uniformed security guard shall be present at all times on the rooftop deck when live entertainment is offered.
And you're saying that you want to substitute that for what was originally condition number 16?
Condition 16, bear with me, I'm going to it.
Are you editing an existing condition, or are you adding a new condition?
We were proposing both. We were proposing that conditions 15 and 16 include the word interior to make clear that those noise conditions apply to sound coming from the interior. But if you read those conditions as Alan read them, and he's a computer professional and thinks very, very concerned about compliance, if you read 15 and 16, it doesn't, it's not consistent with the approved rooftop dining and entertainment. So we were proposing to make clear that 15 and 16 apply to interior activities, and we were proposing an additional condition that would put controls on the rooftop dining and entertainment.
Madam Chair and honorable members of the commission, if I may I respectfully request a continuance to the next meeting? I am not comfortable making modifications to the conditions to this extent on the fly. I mean, I would, you know, I certainly don't want to feel rushed, or any of us feel like we're. I just want to make sure that we're all clear on the condition. Unfortunately, I was not made aware of this request until now, and I'm not saying that it was not made or presented. I'm just saying that this is new to me. Frankly, I would feel a lot more comfortable if we were to continue to the next meeting, so that we have the opportunity to meet with Mr. Evans and Mr. Stanley to go over the conditions once again thoroughly. We could return with the modified resolution. We could redline it and show you where those changes were made, so that we are all clear and on the same page what the commission's action would be should it be an approval. That would be my recommendation or suggestion. If you would be so kind to consider that, I would appreciate it.
I'll make a motion to continue.
I do agree. I'll second that. That way we have all the language on paper, and that way there's no ifs, ands, and we can go through and have everything out in the open. So I'll second that motion of continuing this item. That way everything can be written for us.
Thank you. I think we need a vote, maybe?
Thank you. Commissioner Guerrero.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Aye.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Liang.
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Wilbert.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Jaramillo.
Aye.
The item is continued.
Thank you, commissioners. We will return thoroughly and we'll get this done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the time is 7:30. Continuing on to item number 3, if we could have the staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair. You can bring the PowerPoint up. Thank you. Item number 3 this evening is conditional use permit 20-06 and variance 20-02. This is to construct a multiple tenant retail center on a property located on the northwest corner of Highland Avenue and Valencia Avenue. The property currently is approximately 1.7 acres and it's in the CG1 zoning district. There's an aerial of the property. As you can see, like I said, along the northeast corner of Highland and Valencia, with residential to the north. Just to the immediate west of the property is the cemetery. They're off of Highland and Waterman. And then you have the eastern end of St. Bernardine's Medical Center to the south. Next slide. Again, as noted, you can just see this through the zoning map. Single family residential to the north of the property. The blue would be the cemetery to the west side, and then to the south, the hospital. Okay. Within the multi-tenant center, the proposal is to construct, first and foremost, a gas station. Would consist of a fueling area with 5 pump islands, which would comprise 10 fueling stations, a convenience store just under 5,200 square feet in size, and a restaurant with drive-through just over 2,200 square feet. Throughout the whole center, there would be a total of approximately 55 parking spaces. And then there is a variance request on this item, as noted. I will note in the staff report that was originally distributed, there were 2 variance requests, one that I'll be discussing here. Oh, sorry, I haven't moved in a while, light turned off on me. The second variance request that was in the staff report regarding signage regulations, that is actually no longer part of the item as presented this evening. Staff had worked with the applicant in the time between now and publication last week, and we have resolved that matter so that that request is no longer needed. The only variance request in front of you this evening is relating to the reduction in the front landscape setback. This is specifically along Highland Avenue. As the code requires currently, there is a 10-foot setback along the street frontages in the commercial zoning districts. That setback is required to be landscaped. Because of the dedications required to the property, which are approximately 9 feet in depth, that Public Works is requiring, there's some reduction that's being looked at for that setback area. As it is, that 9-foot reduction or that 9-foot dedication that Public Works is requiring would not result in a change to the actual curb alignment along Highland Avenue. So even though the landscaped area on the property, that is behind the property line, would be reduced from 10 feet to 3 feet, the actual landscaped buffer along the street frontage would still remain just over 14 feet in depth. So there would be no noticeable change to the landscaped area with or without the deviation. Next slide. Here is a picture along Highland Avenue of the existing site. As it's currently developed, there are 3 separate buildings on the property. You have an old kind of lube and tune shop here right on the corner. There's an old buffet restaurant to the western end of the property. And then next slide. Along Valencia Avenue, just behind the auto shop, there is an old standalone convenience store. All of the existing buildings as proposed this evening would be demolished and replaced with the new development. And then here is an aerial or a site plan for the property. You can see the convenience store located kind of in the northeast portion of the site, backed up towards the residential property. The fueling canopy in front, 1 driveway access along Valencia that would serve primarily the fueling area, and then the drive-through over on the southwest portion of the site. As it has been designed, because this is along a major corridor, and we are aware more so now how drive-through uses are backing up. The site has been designed so that the drive-through is oriented well to the interior of the property, and then there is a kind of a double entry along Highland Avenue. The westerly entry has two separate entrance lanes, one of which would be dedicated to overflow of that drive-through should it happen, so that traffic doesn't block the circulation internally or stick out onto the street. Next slide. This is just the conceptual elevation of the convenience store. A little bit more of a modern kind of facade, stucco, a lot of significant brick veneer, both with the columns and the base of the building. Next slide. And then the concept elevations for the drive-through restaurant. You can see, again, similar style to the convenience store, lots of glass frontages that would be visible throughout the site and the parking areas. And then the conceptual landscaping plan for the site, as it is, 10-foot landscaped buffer all along the northern end to screen the residential properties, in addition to the block wall that would be typical for this type of development. Larger landscaped area fronting the drive-through on the south end along Highland Avenue to help screen the cars as they queue around the building. And then that area, as I mentioned, that would be a minimum still of 14 feet in total landscaping along Highland Avenue in front of the fueling canopy. And our recommendation this evening is to adopt resolution 2020-034. That would be finding the project categorically exempt and approving conditional use permit 2006 and variance 2002 based on the findings of fact. I realize one item I did skip over, but I do want to make clear. As part of this request for the convenience store specifically, the applicant is also requesting approval of an ABC Type 20 license. That would be on sale only for beer and wine. There would be no liquor that would be approved as part of this application. The police department did review that, as with the previous project, and found the area, as was mentioned, it's approximately 85 to 90 crimes per reporting district in the city. This area specifically over the same time period was around 30 crimes. So about lower by approximately 2/3 than the rest of the city. Accordingly, they were supportive of the project and the ABC application as well. And with that, I will open it up to any questions. I also do have the applicant, I believe they're logged in, that would be available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Travis. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Stephanie, we have public comments.
Let me pull this up. We do have one written comment. It comes from Bryant Brislin. Let's see. No, I'm sorry. This comes from Jay Brunn. My apologies. Per our conversation, I have been directed by my clients, owners of the real estate and operators of the Denny's restaurant located at 702 East Highland Avenue, San Bernardino, to express their support for the proposed project. We are glad to see it being redeveloped and look forward to having such a nice new project opening with quality tenants and businesses. Please let the Planning Commission know we are in support of this project as it will be a great addition to the neighborhood. And that is our only public comment for this item.
Perfect. Thank you, Stephanie. I'll go down the list of the commissioners and see if they have any comments on this item, starting with Commissioner Guerrero.
No comments. It's actually a very nice looking project along with the additional landscaping. So thank you for presenting, Travis.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez.
Just a couple of questions for Travis. Do we know the convenience store, what convenience is locating there?
My understanding from the applicant is that it would be Circle K that is the proposed tenant, and I believe Starbucks is the tenant for the restaurant building. But they would also be able to confirm if I misspoke.
We don't know yet. I'm sorry.
Could you not? Sorry, was my audio working? The convenience store is proposed to be a Circle K, as I understand it, and the drive-through restaurant would be a Starbucks.
Okay, and the you mentioned drive-through restaurant, but there's a sit-in. It's a sit-in and drive-through, or it's only drive?
It does also have a cafe interior, so there would be sit-in available in addition to the drive-through use.
Do you know what restaurant?
As I said, it would be a Starbucks. That's what's being proposed for the site.
I can't hear.
Commissioner Lopez, if you could unmute yourself.
I thought I was. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, I'm on. What is the hour of operations for the gas station?
I think if I could, I believe the applicant would be able to speak to that a little bit better. Typically, those types of operations are close to 24 hours, but they may be able to clarify. I believe I saw Tom on the.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hi. Good evening, commissioners. On the C-store, it's Circle K. It's one of their new prototypes of 5100. When you see the convenience stores coming through, usually they're 2,800 to 3,000 square feet. They're looking at areas that don't have as many supermarkets so they can expand their offerings to the neighborhoods and more complement the neighborhood in their store. The Circle K would not be 24 hours. The doors would not be open 24 hours. The gas station would be required to be opened 24 hours by the branding agreement, and that's pretty common for most locations. And the restaurant on the drive-through that everybody's discussing is Starbucks. It's not, they have a cafe. So it's about this average. It's a little larger than the normal Starbucks. It has an outdoor patio area, and it's just a little larger on the interior. Does that answer your question so far?
Yes, I believe so. Thank you. Commissioner Jones, any comments?
I have just a quick comment. I saw the revisions and modifications that were being made with reference to the sign. I believe originally it was 2 signs that were being proposed, but something in the ordinance was only permitting for 1, or was that modification fixed already, or what was going on with that?
Yes. So subsequent to the distribution last week, staff did have some additional discussions with the applicant, as well as reviewing both our sign ordinance, the recently adopted ordinance we did over the summer, and some of the requirements from the state as far as the required price signing for the gas station. And there was some, there's still some growing pains with the new sign code. We're all still getting some of the newer provisions under our feet. And we were able to find some alternative ways of looking at the application, and worked with the applicant on a couple small modifications to their proposal. So we were able to bring their proposal into compliance with the existing code, so that deviation request is no longer required.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, because that was just the only concern I had. I wanted to make sure that any new businesses that we're bringing into the city are able to advertise properly and draw business to their site. So as long as there's a compromise made and everyone is in agreement, I'm happy, and I'll be supporting the project as well. Thank you so much, Travis.
We were able to work very closely with the applicant as well as the tenants and their needs. And I think we can all agree we've come to a solution everyone is happy with. I think we have a good project that'll have good signage.
Excellent. Perfect. And thank you, Tom, as well, for bringing this to the city.
Thank you.
Perfect. Commissioner Liang, any comments?
No comments. Good looking project.
Wonderful. Commissioner Wolbert, any comments?
Yeah, this is going to be a great part of cleaning up Highland. the Highland area has needed a lot of help. This is a good addition to it. I love the landscaping. And what I've noticed most that I like is that the accommodations for drive-through, so it won't back up on Highland. That's a really a good plus. And overall, I think this is really good for the area and really good for Highland as well. This will take all the people off of the Periscope or park from camping out there as well. So I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chang, any comments?
Yes. Just going through the full agenda packet and notice that there are a number of petitions and letters, emails submitted, posting to this project.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, I'm just looking at the full agenda. Is that correct or no?
That is correct. Those were some comments we had received. If you do recall, this item was originally intended to proceed at the August meeting. And as we've worked through some of the final changes to the plan, it did have to get continued. Those were comments that had been received prior to or in those notifications. So we did include them as part of the packet. Did you have a question on a specific concern? Or?
No, I'm just wondering, any public hearing, anybody making any public comments from the community?
I'm sorry, I think I misheard.
Stephanie?
Yeah, I can actually address that for you. I think what Travis is trying to explain is that any public comment that is attached to an item within the PC packet was received prior to when the packet was publicly posted. So we were able to put it in as public record for the packet. Any public comment that we receive closer to the meeting date or the day of, whether it be voicemails or public comment, gets personally read into the record. But either way, all public comments are made part of public record.
Okay. The second, I think this is a great project, to be honest. I really like that idea, and I do agree with everyone. It does clean up Highland and Valencia. And my only concern, or the biggest concern, is that across the street, there's Denny's. And behind Denny's, there's already a liquor shop. So this place wants to sell more alcohol. That's the only concern I have.
Yeah, I would say, and as Tom had kind of alluded to in his speaking earlier, the sale of beer and wine is fairly typical for any kind of convenience store or smaller market. In this instance, though, I think as Tom explained, this is the larger prototype for Circle K. It really is not, the intention is not to have people going there just for the alcohol. It's a larger market where you would have the other types of goods and services that you would get from something you may not typically call a convenience store. The alcohol sale is really supplemental to that. That was why staff really did support the item still, because it's not putting you often have multiple outlets near each other that may all sell alcohol to some degree, but that wasn't the focus of this item.
Okay, so
another development.
Is the intent to have beer available 24/7?
Well, again, because the store wouldn't be open 24/7, that wouldn't be the case, and the sales of it, through ABC is typically limited. You wouldn't be selling it in the mornings, but in the daytime, and then typically it's till around 2 a.m. it can be sold. Of course, at the discretion of the commission, we can look at restricting any of those hours. Of course, I would want to bring the applicant in to address the concerns of the business themselves.
So is that store, what's the operating hours of the store? Do we know?
Commissioner Chan,
Tom, would you be able to speak to that?
Yeah, it's at a 24-hour store, but they do lock their doors at a certain point. And per ABC on the alcohol, and I'm not the operator, but per ABC, they have to lock their where they have the beer. They have to lock that at a certain hour, and they're willing to follow all the ABC regulations. In addition to no single serves that San Bernardino restricts, they're fine with that. And the store may be open at 24 hours, but they also what they may do is they have a window in a lot of their locations now where you can go and pay for gas, and if you want a soda or a bag of chips or something like that, you can get it. And they put it through the window door, let's say that, but people aren't coming to the store, and they do have lockable beer and wine containers that you can't get into after a certain hour. And you know, the operator we're putting here is very responsible. It was very concerning to us, and we understand these issues. We have other C stores in other areas, and we don't want this to be an issue. And we even we talked to the San Bernardino police before we committed. And I think you'll have a good operator here, and we're a good operator for the property, and we'll make sure there's no problems here.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jaramillo.
No, I don't have any questions.
Perfect, thank you. So I do have actually some concerns. Much like my fellow commissioner mentioned, there were quite a few letters of opposition. I want to hear a little bit about the traffic report. If I could get a bit more details on that, because that seemed to be one of their primary issues with the project.
So there was a traffic study that was required for the project. It did trigger our threshold for new trip generation. I may be a little limited speaking to some of the technical aspects of it, but I can say our traffic engineer did review it personally in-house, and there were some minor impacts. It was only a single intersection that was found to really have any impact that required addressing, and that I believe was all the way down at Highland and Del Rosa Avenue. Quite a ways to the east of the project site. To help address that, as is typical, there's some fee contribution that the applicant does have to make. I think it was actually fairly minor. I want to say around $1,000 or so. It is in one of the conditions I can pull. But as far as the impacts on the immediate intersections, kind of speaking to what the one comment letter mentioned, there was not anything found. Nothing that required any mitigation of any kind.
Just to, good evening, commissioners. Just to interact with what Travis have said, the traffic report usually, when it's produced, it produces for the trip generation. That is that project after it's developed. What is the impact on the intersections that we have around the projects? And sometimes it goes far away from the site itself, so we can estimate, or so we can understand the level of service that intersection produces with the traffic that is generated from this project. And I have not seen that report, but I just want to give you a general idea what is the report address. And usually that is when the intersection comes into under level service of F or D, there is some mitigation that need to be done. And usually this mitigation is addressed, and then we ask him it will assist, and instead of having the developer do the whole thing, his fair share of that thing will be maybe basically, like Travis said, $1,000 or $2,000, whatever the deal is. So my traffic engineer take that report and evaluate it and see that they make sure that is the traffic consultant that prepared that report for the developer did follow the rules. We put the numbers in our formulas to make sure that it's met our threshold. So, it's basically and whatever mitigation come out of that report is in in the condition of approval already. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much, Alex.
No
Thank
problem.
you. Thank you, Travis. I just wanted to make sure that the people who had written and everything, their public comments were taken into consideration. I didn't want them to feel, because there was quite a few of them, so I wanted
Understandable.
to make sure it was
I
addressed.
can tell you specifically with the traffic, that was something that was addressed, far on at the beginning of the project, especially with any kind of automotive oriented development like this. That's something we do take serious concern of and will always look into. And as I said, this one they did the study, and fortunately nothing significant came from it.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
Commissioner Sanchez, this is Tom. Yeah, the report, we worked closely with staff. The report was over 700 pages, so they do a very thorough job on it. I didn't read it all, we're going down in square footage from where we were before. So I think everybody took it very seriously, and we read all the letters and we take everything very seriously. And we even contacted all the neighbors around us. We contacted Denny's, who chimed in. We contacted the apartment behind us, and they're very supportive. They're looking forward to it. We contacted the hospital. They're very supportive of it. And there was a letter that came in and said they weren't, but they are. And we contacted the Mountain View, and they're very supportive of it also. So they're excited to have a Starbucks and see the corner get redeveloped. So we take all that seriously, and we want to. One thing I can promise everyone is we will be a good neighbor and we will respect everyone. And if there are any issues, we will address them very professionally and thoughtfully.
Perfect. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you. The next thing.
Excuse me, Isabel? If may, I think the people who wrote about. Can I go on?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Amelia.
Okay, sorry. I think the traffic issue is important, especially the parking for the Starbucks. I mean, you've gone to the 40th Street and there's no parking when people are the drive is packed. There's no parking. I've at times have circle, and just leave. I'm not sure about the 1-2nd Street. So as the developer was saying, they've taken the community's needs into consideration. I don't call in the report that Thomas gave, is there going to be a parking at that site, that Starbucks, seeing that it's popular for a lot of people. We're going to have the same type of crowding we have on the 5th Street and then the 2nd Street. Thank you.
Commissioner Lopez, this is Tom. I didn't quite hear what you said. I'm sorry, it was breaking up.
I think I did get enough, if I can try to answer that. I know that we do have a number of other Starbucks in the city. I believe you mentioned both 40th and 2nd. Well aware of the issues. Obviously we all drive by the one on 2nd coming in the mornings. Those facilities are much smaller. I do want to make that clear. Smaller drive-throughs and smaller properties, so they do often struggle to meet the capacity needed on the site. As I did mention with this one, I think that's really been looked at as far as the layout that Tom and his team have come up with. It is a much larger drive-through, first and foremost. The way that it's been designed, the entrance to the drive-through is really all the way in at the center of the site. So anybody not, to compare what's downtown here, it's really not somewhere where people will start to queue right as they get on property, where it's easily backed up onto any street. And then with that kind of modified entry that's been designed on the west end of the site, they do have 2 entry lanes so that as the drive-through may back up, and from time to time it could, they would have one full additional drive-through lane all the way going out to Highland, where cars could queue without restricting any other traffic coming on site. So I think they've really hit a number of points to try to alleviate that should it happen.
I think what Travis is trying to say that is there is enough capacity on site for the drive-through for the Starbucks, taking consideration prior experience with other Starbucks in the city. That's
Yeah.
correct. Yeah.
We do have city standards for drive-through lengths. I'm well aware. I've done a number of Starbucks facilities now, and I know they have their own requirements as far
Exactly.
as queuing length. And in my experience, this project as designed more than meets and
The
often
requirements. That's correct.
both of our thresholds, both the corporate and the city's requirements.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm just was concerned that Hutton is one of our main artery, one of our main streets. And just like the street also, we have In-N-Out, very popular. Starbucks is very popular. And even though In-N-Out is in its best it can, I noticed that they waited 2 lines going into the drive-through. There is still backup. You know, the sign says, please don't obstruct traffic. This is a main street coming off of this street, Bitchstein. Cars just queuing to get into just even parking lot in it. So I think it is a valid concern. That's fast how many parking spaces there were, because I circled second up 40th feet, and then I stopped going to Starbucks because I just couldn't get in. So it is a concern. Let's hope what you're saying worked. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Amelia. I do have another additional comment. The type 20 license that you guys are going to be asking for the convenience store. I read an article in the New Yorker mentioning in summary, I thought that more staff in the convenience store actually helps prevent a lot of maybe kind of on-site robberies or kind of incidents. I'd like to add that into one of the conditions of approval, that the site have to have 2 staff members on the site 24/7 if there is going to be alcohol sold.
Commissioner Sanchez, are you saying when alcohol is sold, 2 people need to be employed on the premises?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because for safety reasons, there is, schools and hospitals like that. That was another thing mentioned in the opposing letters, that, within the radius like that of this site, that should be something that could help probably prevent, disturbing the neighborhood or causing some incidents. Yes.
Like robberies.
I'm not the operator on it. That makes sense to me to have a couple people working in there when alcohol sales are going on. I would say I agree to that, but I have to go back to my tenant too. So at night, if they have one person working the store and the store doors aren't open or the alcohol cabinets are locked, I wouldn't want to have 2 if working then, be required to. But during alcohol sales, that makes a lot of sense to me. But I'd have to go back and ask. So if you want to put that as a condition, I'm personally okay with it. I hope my tenant is. But if not, I think I would need to have to come back to you guys and ask to modify that. And if not, then I'm fine with it.
Perfect. Thank you. Just because the article really kind of describes having at least 2 members or 2 on staff really help prevent a lot of, anything happening to your facility or anything happening on site.
I don't believe staff would have any opposition to that either. Just to be clear, so we can get correct language, we just want to say that a minimum of 2 staff members shall be working in the convenience store at any time or during any hour in which alcohol is sold. Is that?
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. Not if they have other hours where they happen to not sell or early in the morning, it may not be required. Just for the alcohol sales. Okay.
Just during hours of selling alcohol, that there be at least a minimum of 2 on staff, just to prevent anything from happening.
Okay. That's perfect. Thank you.
Also, convenience stores have a variety of different ways of dealing with things. Is there going to be a security button in case of, again, anything happening? I know this is in the center of our city, and we think of it a little calmer, but still, just in case of emergencies, is there emergency buttons that
where it notifies the San Bernardino Police. We have the center at the 210 and 5th Street / Green Spot, and our service station and C-store has that, I believe. So if it's, I personally, again, I think that's a good idea. And I would go back to the tenant. I would agree with that. I think it's a great idea. And if they don't, I would need to come back to you guys. I don't mind that being a condition.
Perfect. Thank you so much for being so amenable to these things. I just want to make sure everyone's safe when coming to these locations, and that your staff is safe. Addressing security cameras, lighting. You do have the neighbors to the back, the residents. I know you guys are having a block wall, and you're having a division about 10 feet. It's if I remember correctly, that Travis mentioned.
Correct.
Is the light will just shine onto the premises, nothing kind of disturbing?
So it is a standard condition within our development code, or a standard requirement, not specific to this project, but certainly this would comply as well, that all on-site lighting does have to be shielded or directed so that it does not extend beyond the boundaries of the project site. So yes, it would be angled to restrict them.
Wonderful. Thank you, Travis. And there's security cameras. I'm sure there's going to be a yes to that one.
Yes,
but...
there is a condition. I'm actually going through it right now. Is number 38 in the packet on page 14. There are requirements for security cameras, and as far as the capacity for how long they have to record.
Wonderful. And then I think honestly the last thing is I know it's a lot easier to go this venue or this way to get a type 20 license. Have you guys tried buying one from anyone in the city or anything like that? Has that?
Circle K handles that, and my understanding is from past experience in other areas and other centers, they go and buy existing ones. So I don't believe, and I could be wrong on this, but I don't believe that ABC has issued any more license. You have to go buy an existing one.
That is correct. Within the city of San Bernardino specifically, there is a moratorium on issuance of new type 20 licenses. So any that did come into the city or new establishments would have to be obtained from somewhere else. They would not just be able to generate a brand new license out of nowhere.
Wonderful. I like hearing that. That way our numbers aren't going up in terms of having them kind of popping up everywhere. That's all I have to say. The project, like my other commissioners have mentioned, it looks amazing. I like the landscaping. It's really colorful, and I think it'll be great for the neighborhood, especially on that main artery here in the city. I kind of was noticing in most of these comments and everything that, like, the police and everything, they wrote neither approve nor deny for their opinion. But I think this one, with these additional conditions of approval, will make this place safe and much better. So,
and thank you very much. Just to be clear then, so we're looking to add 2 conditions to the project. One would be requiring the minimum of 2 employees for the convenience store during any hour in which alcohol is sold. And then the second would be to have a security system, I don't know, be it a button or otherwise, that would be able to immediately contact local law enforcement in the event of an emergency.
Yes.
Is that sufficient?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Travis. Do the commissioners have any additional comments on this item or something to add? Oh, yes, Albert.
Madam Chair, just want to make a suggestion. I would suggest, if we can't get the tenant, the proposed tenant, on the phone to see if they would agree to those 2 conditions, I would suggest that we continue the item to the next meeting, because what could happen is we approve with the conditions, but the tenant's not on board, and so then the applicant might file an appeal to get relief from those 2 additional conditions. It would be a lot easier and save staff time and money if we just continued until the next meeting and then we could approve everything.
Commissioner, if I could take 2 or 3 minutes to try and get them on the phone, but I wouldn't want to continue it. So we've already continued it twice, and I like your ideas actually. So could I take 2 minutes and try to call them?
Yes, I would be amenable to that. If we could take a 1 or 2 minute recess, and then that way we can get those approvals and then be able to pass this on to City Council.
Okay.
I think that would be perfect.
Coming back, Tom, were we able to get an approval from your tenants?
Yes.
For the 2 additional comment or additional conditions of approval?
Yes.
Wonderful. Do the commissioners have any further comments on this item? If not, I will close public hearing for this item. The time is 8:17, and I will entertain a motion for this.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 3 as read into the record with the modifications agreed and approved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Stephanie, if we could have a vote roll call.
Yes. Commissioner Guerrero?
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez? Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Liang?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolbert?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Jaramillo?
Yes.
The item passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And thank you. Welcome to the city.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Good night.
Good night. I have received a notice that Commissioner Jaramillo will be excusing himself.
Yes, I'm gonna be excusing myself and from the meeting, so I'll see you guys at the next meeting.
You got to catch those last 2 minutes of the game, huh?
No. All right, have a good night.
Good night. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming.
Thank Commissioner.
Okay, bye.
So if we could have that written into notice on the tape record. And at this time, the time is 8:18, we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene at 8:29 to continue this meeting and move forward. We will continue on to item number 4. If we could have the staff report, please.
Yes, commissioners. Item number 4 is conditional use permit 20-11. It is for the property located on the northwest corner of West Kendall Drive and North Mountain Avenue within the general commercial zone and the transit district overlay. You may recall back in October of 2019, the Planning Commission reviewed this item. It was for a convenience store, car wash, and drive-through, and the service station, I mean. At that time, it also included a general plan amendment and a zone change. You may recall that it had a small remnant piece that we needed to clean up. So that item went to the City Council because of that action. And ultimately on January the 15th of 2020, the City Council approved those general plan amendment, zone change, and conditional use permit 19-13. The request now is to upgrade what was previously approved as a type 20 ABC license, which is beer and wine, off-sale beer and wine, so that they may sell the ABC type 21, which is off-sale general, which is beer, wine, and distilled spirits. This is the site plan showing the proposal. I will say that that the project is well in the plan check. I believe that they're ready to pull their permits for construction. I know that we've been reviewing those plans, and I know that they're close. If they haven't already, the applicant, Mr. Karaki, who's joining us, will be able to clarify that if need be. But it's my understanding that they're ready to go. This is the floor plan and the elevation of the convenience store. And this is a brief rendering or perspective of the project, looking with Mountain on the right and Kendall on the left there. This is the location map showing the zoning. So the entire property is zoned general commercial. We have the county properties that are across the flood control channel to the north, and across the street, if you recall, there's an apartment complex there. This is the aerial showing the site. This is standing at the corner of Mountain and Kendall, looking towards the vacant lot. This is looking north or west, I should say, on Kendall, where you have the subject property on the right-hand side. You can see a little piece of the property there. And this is looking in the other direction, Kendall. And you'll. So I did want to, before I get into my recommendation, I did want to clarify. Based on the previous item, just wanted to clarify a couple of items. The applicant, their business model is that they always have a minimum of 2 employees on site. During the daytime, there's probably 1 or 2 more because of the volumes of people, but they are aware of the safety precautions that they need to take. So they always have two employees on site. Their plan is to typically close between 12 midnight and 1 a.m. to close the doors, and then there's a pass-through window, or you could just pay at the pump. Small little items like gum or what have you can slide under the window, but it's primarily for those that need emergency gas or to fuel up. Their alcohol sales, their cabinets or their refrigerators where they keep the beer and such is locked all the time. And so if you're a customer that goes in, you need to grab one of the attention of one of the employees or attendants, and they can go and unlock the cabinet for you or the refrigerator door, so you can go in and pull what you need. The wine and distilled spirits are behind the counter, and they are locked. And same thing, when you want to buy something, they have to open it up and get it out to you. So that's part of the plan. So that's their operational thing. We wanted to add a condition of approval that with the distilled spirits, we're adding a condition that requires that they not be smaller than 750 milliliters, so they can't smell the small bottles, kind of a thing. So it's so we'd like to add that in there. With that, the applicant is online with us. With that, we're asking the commissioners to consider finding the project exempt from the CEQA guidelines. There wasn't an environmental analysis that was done when the project was originally approved. So it's exempt because that was already analyzed, and that we're recommending that you approve conditional use permit 2011 based on our findings of fact and subject to the recommended conditions of approval, including that one added condition to restrict the size of the distilled spirits to 750 milliliters. That concludes my report. I'd be glad to answer any questions. The applicant is online, Mr. Joseph Karaki, and he can answer any questions that you may have as it relates to the operation of the facility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. At this time, I will open public hearing for this item. Stephanie, do we have any public comments for this?
Not for this item.
Not for this item. Perfect. So I will ask the applicant if he wants to add anything to the report.
No, this is Joseph Karaki, Commissioners, Madam Chairman. I concur with the staff report, and as Mr. Mojica had mentioned, the beer and wine doors will be at all time locked, and the only way to open the doors is through the cashier buzzer. So they will check the ID before they open the beer and wine doors for every client and customers, and then the hard liquor will be kept behind the cashier in a locked cabinet as well. There will be, to re-emphasize on this point, there will be 2 attendees, 2 employees at all time working at the Circle K. This will be Circle K, by the way, at all time. And then we have security cameras that were provided on the first conditional use permit for the whole project, because we have an express car wash as well. And we already pulled the grading permits. Last week it was approved and we pulled grading permits, and the bank approved our loan, almost $5 million to start on this project. So we're ready to go.
Wonderful. All right.
Yes.
I think we've lost, connection with Commissioner Guerrero right now. I saw her. Yeah.
She is reconnecting.
Wonderful. So I will go to Commissioner Lopez. Do you have any comments on this item?
Yes, I do. My understanding is that we had Planning Commission had approved this project some time ago. I can recall at that time it was just for a type 20 beer and wine for the convenience store. I have a question first of all. Staff changed upgrade so that they can sell still there. The notification that was required for communities, zoning community to be notified, so this is a major change. The other part is, I don't understand why developer would not have applied at that time when this project was coming forward. And why now when they're ready to break ground? And I'd like to hear about that from the developer. I generally recall that project was all received. We had a few community residents not happy with it as they were already having problems with transients and so forth. They just thought this was bring more residential area. I do recall also that we had some proof that the developer sent to our Neighborhood Association General Council meeting to show us a plan and answer any questions or concerns. So at that time, and it was received, at that time it was not mentioned that they were going to be seeking license for the sale of distilled alcohol. So did notification go out to the community regarding this grade, and why now the developer is applying for the grade when he didn't do initially? This project was going. Now that it's approved, then it should be bring for construction. Thank you.
Thank you. So to answer your question regarding the notifications, public notice did go out as they do with all applications that come before you. So we did. So the notices did go out to the property owners within 500 feet, and we also posted a notice in the newspaper prior to this meeting. So there was that notification. And then I'll ask Mr. Karaki to answer your question as to the nature of his request.
Thank you very much for allowing me to explain why now, because we searched the area. Some of the stores my clients operate, they do have liquors and there is no issues with them. And this area has, the census tract allows 4 licenses and only 2 existing. So there is no over-concentration of this. It's trying to create more convenience for the neighbors and people who want to come to the store instead of making 2 stops. Since there is no liquor store immediately in the same vicinity, the only one close by is State of Brother. So this way to create more convenience for everybody who wants to come in and purchase any liquor. Again, and they're limiting us on the sizes as well, and we're okay with that. So there won't be no single ones, no small bottles, no nothing except the big one, the 750 milliliter in order to be able to sell it. So at that time, we did not know that there was only 2 existing where the census tract allows 4. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, I believe you did. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Guerrero, do you have any comments?
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I got disconnected. But yes, my concerns are not so much the beer and wine, but the distilled spirits. And you said, yes, you're the only other seller is going to be Stater Brothers, but that's on Kendall. Now, just off 40th, there are, there's a liquor store there. There's another Stater Brothers. So there are within just a couple of miles, a few places that sell distilled spirits. So would you be able to have this facility without the distilled spirit sale?
Well, you know, we had it already a year ago that you allowed us to do type 20, but when we did the research around that, we found out that, again, we're not adding one more license to an existing beyond what's allowed. So we're trying to create a convenience for people who would come to buy the merchandise for the convenience store, because we have around 3,600 square feet convenience store, Circle K again. And we're not trying to, does not represent more than 3 to 4% of the total sales. It's the only thing we're doing this is just to create a convenience from people stopping by here and then stopping, making another stop somewhere else to do the same. So since we are there and we're not like a liquor store, we're a convenience store. So just trying to create convenience.
But would you be able to give the same convenience without the distilled spirit?
Well, again, Commissioner, we already have it approved. We're gonna continue with the project. I'm not gonna stop the project, but again, it's for the neighbors and the residents around there to create some convenience for them to continue with the project. I'm not gonna stop the project. It's a $5 million project to build. We're spending a lot of money already to get it going. We just pulled the grading permits, and bank had approved the loan, and we're ready to go and be part of this community.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Liang, any comments?
No comments. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Jones.
I have no comments. Everything looks good.
Perfect. Commissioner Wilbert.
Looks good to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
No comment. Thank you.
All right, perfect. So thank you for clarifying for us, Oliver, that no small alcohol will be sold, that everything will be manufactured packs, that it won't be individual, everything will be locked up. And then also clarifying that there will be 2 staff members on the premises at all times when liquor is being sold.
Correct.
That is in the conditions of approval, correct?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. And then I think, is there also the security button or something of that sort as well included?
I don't think so, but we could add that like we were going to with the previous item. We could add that.
That would be great. Is the applicant amenable to having at least a security kind of button or something for the?
Absolutely. We on all our stores we have the security panic button at any time. So this is part of our operation.
Wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. Just for the safety of your staff, and you are close to residentials, and sometimes kids or adults and everything can be a little handsy with trying to get stuff, and we just want to make sure that everyone is safe, and it kind of prevents people from.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Absolutely.
Aside from that, I much like Commissioner Guerrero wanted to kind of know a little bit your reasoning behind wanting the type 21 rather than the 20. But thank you for clarifying. You just kind of said there wasn't much in that area, and that's why you went with that type instead. Since everything is going to be locked up, I don't see too much an issue in terms of, there being a big change. So that's it for me in terms of that. Yes, Albert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oliver, can you point me to the condition where it says that 2 people have to be on site at all times? I can't find it.
Let me see. It normally is, but if not, we could add that. I know that, let's see, I'm looking at the wrong resolution. I'm sorry. I know that we put it, if not, we could add it after, within the planning conditions.
Yeah, because I didn't see it, so I think we
Okay.
need to add it. So Madam Chair, why don't we just ask directly the applicant if they're okay with that, with the two employees on site during all business hours that alcohol is going to be sold?
Wonderful.
Absolutely. This is our model. Again, we always have 2 employees minimum at the site because it's a store. The size of the store does not allow us to have 1 employee by herself or himself. So this is our model, 2 employees at all time, regardless.
Wonderful. So I'll go down the list again. Do the commissioners have any additional comments on this item? If not, I will close public hearing for this item. The time is 8:52. Oh, yes, Stephanie.
I believe Commissioner Lopez may have some additional comments.
Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
It is significant change, upgrading to not selling hard liquor. We're not going to today approve this project. This project was approved in the past. I call it very wonderfully received. But it's approved beer and wine license only. The upgrade changed, I think, dynamics a little bit. And I agree with Commissioner Guerrero. She asked the applicant, could you continue with this project up the applicant? And said basically yes. That has already been approved to do so. I cannot support this and I'm not going to vote for it. For this upgrade to distill liquor. Thank you.
All right. Is there any other comments from the commission? If not, I will entertain a motion for this item.
I'd like to make a motion approving agenda item number 4 as read into the record, including the modifications for the planning conditions.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Stephanie, if we could have a vote roll call.
Commissioner Guerrero,
No.
Commissioner Lopez,
No.
Chair Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Liang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilbert,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
On a 5-2 vote with Commissioners Guerrero and Lopez voting no, the item passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right. Continuing on to item number 5. If we could,
Past the halfway point.
if we could have a staff
For those that are keeping score. So item number 5, commissioners, is development permit type P 20-05. It's for tentative map 17-329. If you recall, back in March, I believe, there was an application for an extension of time for this map. It was its last extension. And at that time, the applicant had indicated that they were close to finalizing their map and starting construction. They are indeed at this point now. So one of those maps that we've been extending over and over again is now finally coming to fruition and construction. So at this point, the project was originally comprised of 4 phases. They are proceeding with phases 1 through 3. The phase 4 is for the acre lots so they're going to hold off on phase 4. But this comprises of 74 lots within the overall project area. That's about 55 acres. This particular area, these 74 lots occupy about 30 plus of those acres. It's located north of West Myers Road, and it's east and west of North Little League Drive. And the zoning for the property is residential estate and residential low. This shows you the location of the site. As you can see, it straddles Little League Drive, and then it also covers both sides of Ohio Avenue. So on the right-hand side, or the lower right-hand side, that's the residential low zoning, and on the other side is the residential estate zoning. Next is the aerial of the property. As you can tell, it's vacant surrounding. We have a school that's on the other side of West Myers Road there, and then some existing single-family residents that are there at the corner of Little League and West Myers Road. So this shows you kind of the surrounding area. Like I said, is predominantly vacant. This identifies the overall map and the phases. As you can see, the phases 1, 2, and 3, they ascend going towards the north. Little League Drive is the spine that goes down the middle and divides the first 3 phases with from phase 4. And Myers Road is down at the lower portion of the exhibit. This is a kind of a street rendering of the homes as you would go through the track. So there's this kind of gives you a streetscape, kind of a semblance of what the setbacks would be and the distancing between the buildings. And so this is just kind of a street view, if you will. This is the subdivision, and it's laid out. And so the red or the colored that represents the plan that would be plotted on that particular lot. So they have a total of 4 plans, and they range from 1,561 square feet to approximately 2,585 square feet. And everywhere, the plan 1 is the only one that has the 3 bedrooms, and the remaining 3 plans have a total of 4 bedrooms. And they're single story with the exception of plan 4, which is a 2-story. These are the styles. So they chose 3 themes with the farmhouse, ranch, and Spanish. So these elevations will alternate and correspond to plan 1. And this is the floor plan for it. They have some options, to add on to it, but essentially it's single story. That's the general layout with the 3 bedrooms and other natural amenities to a home, dining room, kitchen, and such. This would be plan 2. Again, just showing you the variety of the schemes that they're providing. And we have the floor plan, and again, they're working with some options. So the idea is that we don't have just a one plan and just kind of a cookie cutter. There's going to be a lot of variation of there. They're allowing the customers to kind of choose which options and variations they want of each floor plan. So this would be the third model. Then we have the floor plan for this one. A little bit more spacious, 4-bedroom. And then this one is plan 4, which is a 2-story. Again, the 3 schemes. And then we have the floor plans that kind of show the first and the second floors. Much more spacious on the ground level. This is an overall site plan. We did have some comments as it related to, or some questions as it related to drainage, and such. So we do have a retention basin for the overall project, which also included, which is off just to the left of Little League Drive there on the top of the project, if you recall. But this subdivision, as I noted earlier, there's several subdivisions that are in this area. And there's another subdivision that's just to the north where it says detention basin, just on the other side. That detention basin was designed to kind of collect the water from the general area. So there's kind of a sharing of some of the other hard to use my hands when I'm on Zoom here. So it's intended to capture some of the drainage from some of the other projects as well. And so there's agreement between the property owner so that can happen. And then they also have some temporary retention basin for the interim. If you look, there's a yellow dot in the middle that would kind of collect as they're developing the phases. So they'll be starting at phase 1, which is the lower half right below Ohio Avenue, and that's where they're going to start their construction. That'll be their first phase. Again, this is at Little League Drive, which is going straight ahead, and Myers Road, Myers Road is to the right. So this would be the lower portion of the subdivision. That's where that would be. Phase 1 is generally in that location. And this is going up Myers Road, about halfway up, and this is generally where Ohio Avenue would cross. So as you can see, it's pretty much vacant up there. So we'll turn right back around, and so behind you is behind you to the left is where the phase 1 would be, and so you could tell the school is to your left there, and then we have some single family residences to the right on Little League Drive. So we're going through the analysis of this. The subdivision, we've evaluated is consistent with the general plan and complies with the standards of the development code for single family development as it's zoned, and it's compatible with the existing residences in the area and those that will be in the future developments. The project will also help the city meet its state mandated housing requirements. As you know, the state requires all cities to develop a certain amount of housing units. And so as these housing subdivisions start to come to fruition, we'll be able to get closer to meeting our obligation for housing. There was a mitigated negative declaration and a mitigation monitoring program that was prepared and adopted for this project back in 2006 when the project was originally approved. It covered all of the CEQA requirements as it related to air quality, noise, traffic, drainage, biology, as with all projects that you may be familiar with some of the other projects that we've evaluated. So there is a checklist that all projects go through. This project completed that. We are in our recommendation, we are asking the commission to find that the previous environmental evaluation was nothing has really changed since then. So the provisions of the government code, specifically section 21166 and the state CEQA guidelines allows us to, once you've already done a CEQA document, if nothing has changed, which in this case nothing really has. I mean, it's been vacant for essentially ever. A lot of the, we talk about, there are some questions as it relates to drainage and those kinds of things. And so as the developments go into place, as streets are constructed, storm drains are installed, curb and gutter and what have you, that'll help control, what'll be free flow of water, dirt, or what have you, when in those rare moments when we do have rain. And so, again, as development occurs, I know that there's been a lot of comments, and you'll be hearing some of those, that I have a chance to review most of them, actually all of them, and really understanding the concerns through the CEQA process. I think it's been adequately analyzed. And as development starts to occur up there and the completion of these tracks, I think it'll bring to resolve some of the concerns and issues that were raised. I mean, right now it's kind of, as it's undeveloped, it's uncontrolled kind of a thing. How nature, kind of responds, Mother Earth, if you will. So with that, our recommendation that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2020-047, making the CEQA findings and approving development permit type P 20-05 for this tentative map based on the findings of fact that we presented and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. I would be glad to answer any questions about this project. We have some anxious applicants here from GFR to answer any questions. You've met them probably a few times. They were at our last meeting in March, if you remember, and so they're here, I believe, to make good on what they indicated back then. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. At this time, I'm going to open public hearing for this item. Are there any public comments, Stephanie?
Yes, I have 3 written comments that I'd like to read into the record. The first one I have comes from a CJ Jackson. I would like to voice my concern for the environmental impact report is approximately 15 years old. Since the completion of the environmental lands and wildlife in the area has changed dramatically. Will JEC Enterprises need to update this report? If no, please explain, as there is no new residents in the vicinity and due to natural changes to the property, it should change the impact. If JEC Enterprises Inc. is requesting another extension for its permits, I encourage the board to decline it. JEC Enterprises has had this project on hold for multiple years, and they have not shown and cared to build on the property until now. In the last meeting, it was noted they have no additional time for extension. The representative for JEC Enterprises stated they were declined for a financial loan to fund the project. I encourage the board to recognize this and decline any extensions of any kind, despite any possible claims due to COVID. If the project continues, I wish there be a park placed at the top of the community as a wildlife scenic view for the community to complete with access to the trails. Our next public comment comes from Enrique Valenzuela. I have a concern related to the new development in the area. Upon building the 70+ homes in the suggested area, I believe there will be a major disruption in the wildlife habitat. Building these homes will further push these animals into areas that could cause a substantial negative impact to the species. They call this area home. And our last public comment comes from Hank Mitchell. Attention, Oliver and the Planning Commission. My question for the record has to be responded to orally on audio tape discussion during the meeting on the agenda item. Where is the retention basin on this presentation? This presentation does not show any hydrology controls, specifically a retention basin prior to dumping all non-previous runoff into a deficient Myers Creek stream bed already estimated to not be able to handle calculated hydrology runoff from the project and the Beazer project, that the two are going to be combined and co-dumped into the deficient Myers Creek channel in a 25-50 100-year extreme rain flood flow. Myers Creek overflowed in 2019 on a 3-inch rain over 2 hours, equivalent to a 5-year normal rain cycle, draining fully previous and 9 canyon drainages. The creek is therefore taxed to its limits in the 5-year cycle already without the non-previous surfaces heretofore being considered for any development on this site's drainage system. I await the meeting audio visual discussion for the record, and any written response you may offer will be appreciated. Thank you for your time and input.
Perfect. Thank you, Stephanie. All right. At this time, we'll ask the applicant if you'd like to make some comments towards both the staff report and the comments from the public.
Madam Chair, if I may, I don't recall if the public hearing has been opened. Has it opened?
Oh, yes, that's where the public comments came in. So if the applicant would like to respond to some of these questions.
Well, I believe we've met all our mitigation requirements. We have a 50+ acreage that we had to mitigate for with the Conservancy Agency to preserve wildlife habitat on the north side of our project. And additionally, we had to pay for the Conservancy to, basically for Infinity to make sure that it remains in the same condition. And of course, we had to pay a large amount of money for that to them to be able to do that. As far as the drainage is concerned, that property was always with enough vegetation that we've had in the past. It never really did go into that stream, but at the same time, there is that debris basin, the detention basin on the north side that will take care of that. So, I mean, nothing else has changed up there. It's been in its raw state for that long. And the only reason why it's taken this long to build this project, because when we were ready to build it back in 2008, obviously we hit the recession. And since then, I mean, we've tried to build up there many times, but obviously the economy didn't allow us to go up there. But I think we're ready to go now. I mean, things have stopped us. Obviously, you know, this COVID-19, the remark about the banks, yeah, they did, because of COVID-19, they were not going to loan in this area. But since then, things have progressed and they're willing to come up there. So we've got our appraisal. My loan is ready to go, and so we're there now. And what we want to do is continue to move forward, go to the north. We have property also to the north, so we're just going to continue to grow, to build homes up there. We've already built over 500 homes to the east, and our intention has always been to build in that location. It's just that there was the economy of scales, it just did not work prior to this. So that's
perfect. Thank you. So I'll go down the list with the commissioners if they have any comments. Commissioner Guerrero, any comments?
No, none, thank you.
Commissioner Lopez, any comments?
Yeah, a couple of questions / concerns. That area we know has had a lot of housing development. Good. My understanding is it is in flood zone and a fire zone. My understanding is whenever there's a fire, we have fire, you know, that is a possibility, that there's been flood in the past into the home, past Myers, down, what is that street? Little Drive. That change, Oliver Menzer retaining basin is really very small. And look north, that land is vacant, according to photos. To the east are already all kinds of housing, where there is rock that feeds into the retaining basin that's there now. Other concern is who maintains that? Because the Myers Creek, when there's that smaller retaining basin cuts into other bigger one. And if you drive up there, there's all kinds of bushes and rocks and everything in there. So the question is, who maintains that? Developer or the owner of the subject? Does the city do this? I understand this historically, whenever we had fires back in that area, and everybody knows when the vegetation burned out, and if you have all the rain, there's nothing that's going to, that water is going to be a runoff. It's too slow. And if there have periods of time, I recall there being reports that there was flooding, mudslides and flooding. And there's still a home there just below where, I guess, Myers cross street and Little Drive. There's an elementary school in the corner. So I Oliver very carefully, you know, when they build the street is big enough for drainage and everything, and up. But I think the question is, I don't see anybody really opposing building houses other than individuals concerned about the loss of habitat. We know that given already. We are, you know, don't read National Geographic that you're way behind. But all of this urban development does each of those impacts. Another issue. But if we have family living up there, we want to be safe. And the fires that we had in the past, the flood in the mudslide, who is maintaining that retaining basin? It looked kind of small. It's already we've seen the runoff for the development, the housing above Myers to the east is huge. So all of these 70,000 units, plus houses of 400 bedrooms that have to be built on an acre. But the infrastructure is there. Is it enough? That question. The other thing is interesting that one of the people who responded to this about the impact report, and after about a year, it sounds like it is old. It's not current, although he said nothing changed. That's what I heard Oliver say. But when we build these houses, a lot is going to change in terms of runoff and so forth. So I can agree with these individuals. Do we have enough infrastructure up there, smart development that will support all these new houses? Where in fact, we've had some flooding, mudslides, what is there already in the past 15 years? So who wants to respond, Oliver or the developer, or both?
Well, yeah, with all due respect, I think I heard about half of what you were saying. Their connection was breaking up a bit. If you recall, as it relates to the infrastructure out there, if you recall last year when we were bringing the request for extension of times, we also included an amendment to conditions, and that amendment to condition was to change what those maps previously had landscape maintenance districts that was only intended at that time to cover just the street landscaping based on a council directive last year, late last year, or thereabouts. We were, anytime a map was going to be extended, we were changing them from a landscape maintenance district to a community facilities district. You may recall that when we were doing the extension of times for these maps, including this one. And what that does is it puts the responsibility on the property owner or the development, if you will, for the maintenance of infrastructure and things beyond just the landscaping. So it covers street lights and ultimately drainage facilities. And so this is this map is a piece of the puzzle, we'll call it. There's several maps that are adjacent to this. I mean, as Little League Drive, as it goes up a little bit, there'll be another subdivision that's up there on both sides of it. There'll be some subdivisions on both sides of Little League Drive and both sides of this project. And I believe this development group owns several of those projects, and so they will be able to do that. So in our evaluation, yes, there have been flooding problems. Yes, there's fires. No one is debating that or raising issue or that's not occurring out there. This is what's going to help prevent it. You talk about whether there's fires up there. How do we protect those residents? Any houses that are built in what's considered a high fire zone or such, which is nearby or part of, they're required to have the kind of these fire mitigation zones, they call them. And so I apologize, I don't recall the distancing. It essentially there's a buffer a few hundred square feet or a few hundred feet or so that from your property line, you have to do some kind of some excavation and stuff, kind of bring down the vegetation so that there is that buffer between your development and the natural plants and things, vegetation, so that it reduces the risk of fire. And they're also required to maintain that fire buffer. And so there's a lot of mitigation that's in place. I think that we have talked about this a little earlier because we expect that this is the first of many of these maps that are going to come to you, at the beginning of next year. The time is right. As if you're reading, the economy of buying homes is now, and so we expect that there's going to be more right behind this. And so we've discussed this internally. I think that it's what we're going to do is to begin an education process to those in that surrounding area. I don't want to just say for the Vermont community specifically, but everyone will be informed. Our newsletter goes to everyone, and basically, these are projects. This is what's happening. I think it does us well to educate the community as to yes, if there are concerns, this is what's going to alleviate them. They're not all going to go away with one project. Like I said, this is one project that's going to contribute towards that. And as they go towards the other phases, as their colleague developers, see the success of this project. The one thing about competition is it raises more competition, and so I think this will open up more projects to come in, and we have engineers that work on it. So obviously we have the professional engineers from the development team that prepare the plans. We have our professional engineers from the city side that reviews these plans to ensure that everything is compliant and addresses whether it's drainage, whatever the case is. So I believe that we have the mechanisms and the procedures in place to adequately address the development as it occurs in that area. I'm not sure if I answered all or part of your questions, but I just wanted to respond to that. Thank you. And Felix, I'm not sure if you wanted to add to that.
All right. All can hear me?
Yes,
hear me. Thanks for that. But I think I just want to respond to some things. Is it a fact? Is it true that one of the respondents' public comments said the environmental impact report was used for the review is 15 years old? Just yes, no.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think you mentioned the date 2004, 2005, which means that it is old. Is that what that person said? That the environmental impact report was used for this project 15 years old?
There was an environmental document that was prepared. Nothing has changed during that time. Between the time that it was adopted to now. I mean, things have occurred. There's, if you want to get into, there's been flooding, fires. There always have been, and so nothing has changed. That a new concern, if you will, or a new impact that needs to be analyzed. And so the mountains have been like they've been, and the flood, the channels have been they been, and so I think it's been adequately analyzed.
I think that's the concern that I have is that the routine base that is there now, I don't see why it serves a lot of housing going there. The other question that I had was who maintains that? And if I understood all of it said the property owner, property or development, or all individual property owners, home, shoes up there. Are those responsible for cleaning and maintenance of that?
So the overall track will eventually have a homeowners association. Or Felix, I don't know if you want to answer that.
I mean, I can interject. Can I just interject? I mean, it's unfortunate, really. I mean, I'm sure Commissioner Lopez is making great comments. I just cannot hear her. The connection is just really bad. So we lost maybe, I feel like I'm losing 75% on this communication from her.
I have to concur with Commissioner Liang. Our connection is really quite shoddy, that I'm not understanding half of the questions. I was able to get something about the years, about the study being done. You thankfully were able to clarify that, but I'm not able to really hear what she's saying.
Yeah, and I just don't know how Oliver could answer any of that because I'm not, unless, I'm guessing. I can't make, I can only make a few words out of these sentences or a paragraph that she stated. It's hard for me to understand, and I would really like to hear everything what Commissioner Lopez has to say. really. I mean, bottom line, I mean, it's critical. It's part of this meeting process. And I'm not capturing, or at least the video is not capturing 100%, you know, in terms of its accuracy. I mean, I feel like I'm losing 75% of it. And so, you know, what good is that? What's the purpose of this meeting? And so I just had to interject that. It just, yeah. Is there, I don't know how to improve that.
I think what we'll try doing is we'll see if maybe Commissioner Lopez might be able to, in our chat comments, write some of her concerns, and then we can voice those for you on your behalf. That way those concerns can be addressed. But for the meantime, until we're able to get that information, we are losing quite a bit of the communication, and we're just hearing snippets. We'll listen to the other commissioners, and if there is something you want to add on to what they've said, they probably have some of the concerns that you're mentioning. And if not, I would suggest make those comments. That way we can say on your behalf, this is what your concerns are, and we can get that addressed. Otherwise, I'm sorry, we're not really.
Well, let me try one time. Hopefully Aaron can hear me, because I trust Aaron's background in planning to maybe clarify some of these concerns I have. I'm concerned with the drainage there. There is a lot of development going in this area, not just in Montpelier and in Kendall and so forth. And a lot, not that housing, I'm not opposed to housing proposal, other than is infrastructure there, drainage, up to the standard for adding all of these new houses. Plus, houses are built with 5 bedrooms that are in one area. I have seen retaining basin, a small little, and it only serves the house to the east of it, where the new project is being planned and so forth. I've seen a little corridor, the basin, you know, that feeds into, I don't know if it's called Mears Creek or whatever, you know. There's a lot of shrubbery, rocks, and stuff in there. And so I asked the question, who maintains that? And I'm trying to find out is, if in fact, as this resident said, the environmental impact report is 15 years old, who maintains it? I hear others saying the property owners, but I understand that's individual owners because they choose to live fire.
I think the audio is still a little jumbled. I can't really make it out on my end.
I'm going to have to agree again with Commissioner Jones. We understood that your concern is the drainage and what will be done with the properties, the additional properties, and that it's a small basin that's there. If we can address that question, and then if there are more questions, Amelia, I would suggest again the comments. We can read that out loud, and that way you can voice exactly what your ideas or questions are, and we can have that.
Lopez, if you don't know how to use the chat box, maybe it would be better if you logged off and just called in by phone. We wouldn't be able to see you on camera, but at least we could probably hear you better.
Commissioners, let me see if I can interject for a little bit about the drainage issue that we have at the Verdemont or for the GFR track. Basically, what we have is the basin that is built as part of this project. And Felix, if you don't mind, if you can comment on that, that's a temporary measure for this track until a storm drain system will be built. As the developments on the other side of this building coming in, there is a storm drain system that is going to be built for that area. So my understanding, again, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the basin that we have at that point is a temporary measure to capture, because there is no system exists at this time. And for Oliver's comment about the CFD or the Community Facilities District. That is established already. That has been approved by the council. And basically what this did is we collect fees from the homeowners when they come and buy, and that fees will be used for array of different maintenance, streets, street lights, graffiti, street sweeping, all landscaping in the public area, and the detention basin until it's dissolved. And that is, I think, my understanding of the project. And again, Felix, if you can comment on that, it will be helpful.
If I may, Felix, before you answer, if I may add or clarify, the item before you is for the development permit. It's only for the construction of the homes. The subdivision has already been approved.
Yes.
They already have the authority to proceed to finalize their map, to prepare their improvement plans, and to create the subdivision. And so at this point, all we are considering, and the subdivision was analyzed. That's where the environmental documents were prepared and the analysis. This is not changing anything. All we are doing is building the house on top of a property that's already been created. And so I just wanted to make that distinction. This is not a new proposal. They're not asking for anything that has not essentially already been approved. I mean, the notion of approving, the 94 lots, that's already happened, and with the extension of times that have been granted over the years, and at least in my time here, that's what was presented, and we're always, the question always comes up, when are you going to final these maps? When are you going to build the houses? We have an applicant that's ready to do that, and so he's not changing anything to the maps. He's not asking for any modifications of what was originally approved. The lots are as they were approved. He's building it in phases. All we're asking you to do, with all due respect, is, do you like the floor plans and elevations? I don't mean to sound remedial, but that's the item before you. And so the conditions as to relates to drainage, flood control, maintenance, all that has already been handled. We already have conditions of approval for the map that handle that, and staff is reviewing those documents. And so again, I don't want to minimize the concerns that the residents may have. I want to be respectful to their comments, but at the end of the day, what we have before us is, do you like how the houses are going to look on these lots that have been approved already? I'm trying to boil it down as simple as possible. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Oliver. Commissioner Liang, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. Actually, Stephanie, can you go back to the map showing the basin area, and as well as the interim exhibit? So I'd like to see if I know Oliver tried to answer or cover some of these issues already, but if I'm repeating, I apologize. But I want to make sure that we get the clarity. So the drainage floats down from north to south, obviously because of the gravity float. But what is the detention basin up at the most northerly? What is that for?
Would you mind explaining that, Felix?
That's
for the northerly side. When that's covers once we build the track, we've got to put that on the north side to cover the water that if the water does come from there, coming down there and catches into the detention basin right there. Just as you see, Beezer's property had a detention basin on the north of their property. They have it up there, works fine. When we talk about this flooding issue, if you notice off of Ohio, where Beezer's detention basin was to the south, 2 years ago, that detention basin, the reason why a lot of that water came from the east, and it flowed, didn't make it in this detention basin because Beezer hadn't completed it. And so it came down through our property, and it looked like it was a flood area at that time. But since then, it's been repaired and fixed. And then in the last rains, there was no water. There's no, it did its job. It finally did its job, but they were just under construction, and that water just came down to their streets and just ended up over on my property. And I was, you know, I was upset with Beezer about it at the time because, you know, all your water just dumped on my property. And prior to this, when you want to talk about flood issues, there are no flood issues here. There's enough vegetation that captured all the water on Beezer, just from the vacant land, captured all this water. But when you want to talk about the flood, as you mentioned, any floods, yeah, there was quite a bit of water that came down 2 years ago, down the street and onto our property because that detention basin wasn't completed yet. And they were just under construction. But since then, that works perfect. Water doesn't even come out of that place. It doesn't even end up on my property. So if you notice the last rains, there was no water coming through there. So I don't know if that clarifies anything, but just like Oliver said, I mean, you know, all this stuff has been mitigated. It's already been worked out. You know, so, you know, like I said, I mean, it's all been worked out. I thought we were only going to be here to go over our homes to see if you guys loved our houses. But now we're going back to the land issues, okay? So I don't know if that clarifies things, but, you know, I guess in this next rain, you're not going to see any flood issues because that detention basin works. Both the ones on Beezer's north side and this one. And the one we have is going to be the same thing as Beezer's until we build up there. Then we're going to have to go up there and build on the north side once we get water.
Thank you.
Like
So
Oliver said, there is an area where you talk about the fires. We have areas over there that you know we have to there's sections of water that we have to, I mean not water, I'm sorry, that would that, what do we call those where you have to have areas where so that the fires vegetation to cover that so that there's no fire issues on our homes there. Fuel modification. I'm sorry. There's a whole fuel modification that we got to put together, and it's pretty large, actually. It's a lot of fuel modification that we have to put on the north side. So I think all the worries that everybody seems to have, the city has the city engineers. They've all taken care of all that stuff. They've and by putting in storm drains, it stops any flows that come through there. So I hope I answered your questions.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you very much. So follow up on that, Mr. Robles, on the interim. Oliver mentioned the interim basin. What is that? I mean, how long is that going to be there? Or is it capturing the entire properties
no,
north of that?
That interim basin is just temporary on Ohio Avenue because we're only building the first 28 infrastructure there. Remember, this is a large project. In the past, I mean, we did 45 homes over there, 64 homes right over there by the college, but 64 homes on just 6 acres. This is 30 acres. You're talking about a major bond. So we've got to take a bite of the elephant at a time. So we'll build the 28, put in the interim basin to catch any water flows that come on the second and third flow. I mean, the second and third phase. That's there. Once we build the first 28 homes, that goes away. And then we build the second and the third phase. And then you put the detention basin on the north side to capture the water on the north side. So it's just a temporary basin until we get to the second and third phase.
Okay. Thank you. I understand. So in terms of fencing, what is the project proposed, Mr. Felix?
What do you mean fencing? As far as the perimeter?
Perimeter fencing and fencing between the houses.
It's blocked.
Just like to see. Okay.
Fencing. Block wall.
Block wall. CMU. Double face.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Commissioner Jones, any comments?
No, I have none. I'm fine with the project.
Perfect. Commissioner Wolbert, any comments?
Well, in fact, this is really great. We're going to get some housing in here, and it's going to be great for the city, for the economy, and everything. And that's been one of the bugaboos that I have always had. So this is good. This is very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang, any comments?
No, no comments.
All right. So I just wrote, honestly, two things, both the location and when I was investigating and reading the report. And I was pleasantly surprised that there was ADUs on every single one of the properties. I think that is a great addition that you're having on the premises already. Everyone has, a parent or a family member, there's always a place for them to stay. So I think it's going to be an amazing project. I love the homes. I think the options that you have, and I understand the phasing. It's going to take a while, but I'm glad we're here. And I actually remember this one coming up last time. So I'm very excited to see this. And then you said, when would you be able to start or break ground?
Well, we're hoping to break ground latter part of this year, which would be maybe November. We've obviously we got to get through this, but I mean, we're hoping November. I've got to get started before the rains, but it looks like I'm going to get caught in the rains, but that's fine. Again, that's why we got this insured detention basin once you start grading, but I'm hoping to start by the end of the year. We would like to have houses up by maybe May or June of next year. So for sale.
That's wonderful. I think it's great, and it's much needed and wanted in our city, and it'll be really beautiful. If the commissioners have any other comments, if not, then I will close public hearing for this at this time. It's 9:42, and I will entertain a motion for this item.
Yes, I'll make the motion to approve this project.
I will second that.
I second.
We've got 2 seconds. Stephanie, if we could have a vote roll call.
Commissioner Guerrero?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
No.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Liang?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolbert?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
We have a 6-1 vote with Commissioner Lopez voting no. The item passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, moving on to item number 6. If we could have the staff report, please.
Yes, commissioners. Item number 6. I guess I'll call this kind of quasi my COVID baby here. When we started working from home back in April, the applicant submitted this application. We did go through the pre-application, so I'm excited to bring this forward to you. We were able to concentrate quite a bit on this while we were working from home. But item number 6 is General Plan Amendment 20-03, Development Code Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment 20-04, Development Permit Type P 20-0, and Subdivision 20-03 for Tentative Tract Map 20293. The application involves the following: to change the general plan land use designation from commercial to multifamily residential, the zoning district classification from commercial general to medium residential for the parcel containing approximately 9.6 acres. The proposed project is a planned residential development, or PRD, that is comprised of 96 single-family residences, which are detached. And the property is located at the terminus of South Ferry Street, south of Laurelwood Drive. This is an aerial of the property. Just on the bottom of the slide is the 10 freeway. Then you have Ferry where the entrance will be on the left-hand side, and you have Richardson on the right-hand side, Richardson Street. I will tell you that there is no direct access for the homes, for the residents, I should say, off of Richardson Street, but there is secondary fire access for County Fire to meet their criteria. On the location map, this shows you the zoning. So the property, as indicated with the red, is commercial general, and we're proposing to change it to the light brown, which matches the neighborhood directly to the north there, which is also medium residential. And here we go. This is what our project's going to look like. You know, the style is quite exciting. You know, it certainly is going to stand out in the community, in the area. So we're excited to see a project like this, you know, going in the area. So this is the site plan. To the left there off of Ferry Street, you'll see the main entrance, which is gated. So they'll come in. These are going to be it's going to be a private street. There's going to be a homeowners association for maintenance of all the street landscaping and such. And so this is the site plan. So these are the homes, the architecture that you saw primarily originally in the rendering. I will tell you that the homes are 3 bedrooms, and they range in size from 1,845 square feet to 2,045 square feet. And so again, they're proposing 3 architectural styles: Monterey, Santa Barbara, and Spanish Colonial. And this is the floor plan for Plan 1, which is 2-story. So it shows you the layouts, general layouts. We have Plan 2. These are the elevations that are provided. Again, there'll be alternating plans and elevations throughout the site for the variation. Here's the floor plan to correspond with Plan 2. Plan 3. Again, similar style. We have the floor plan for this project. And we have the final plan, Plan 4, or excuse me, that was Plan 3. So this is the exhibit that shows the common areas or the landscaped areas. I have a breakdown of those later on, but in here, so you'll see so obviously you'll see the street, which is the white circle that goes around the middle of the site. The blue is are the sidewalks that's to provide the safe path of travel for the residents. The purple is the guest parking stalls, and then to the far right you'll see the light brown, and that's a small little pocket park there. There's also a little park that's opposite the entrance on the left-hand side. You'll see the little squiggly there on the far right-hand side. That area there is the emergency fire access for County Fire. There's going to be a gate. I'll show you later, but there'll be a gate there. It'll be locked. There'll be a lockbox there, so they can get through if need be. And the surface of that area, it has what they call turf pavers, and it's kind of like a block that it's concrete, and it has openings in the middle, so it allows grass to grow in between. And so as you see it, you can see the greenery from the grass on the surface. So this is kind of provide you with a little bit more detail of the open spaces. So on the far left, you'll see the entrance, again gated, and as you come in, you will see the kind of the small little community park there. To the far right, on the upper right, you'll see the pocket park that's at the extreme east of the site. You see the guest parking spots, and there's a little gazebo feature and some other little picnic areas and stuff for the residents. And again, to the right of that, you'll see that there's some other open space opportunities for people to play in. And then on the lower portion where you see the example of 3 plans, that you'll see that light green shaded area shows kind of their private open space for the individual units. Each unit is provided with the 3-car garage. So there's 1 in the driveway and then 2 in the garage. So they are going to have fencing. It'll be the split face On both sides, there is a plan that will show the, so there are gaps. There's an existing wall that goes around the north side. So I think it's on another exhibit, but this is essentially the wall design. A little bit of the analysis. The project does comply with the standards of the development code for this type of a development. It's consistent with the policy of the general plan. I will note that the proposed the density for the RM zone allows for 12 units per acre, which would allow a total of 115 units. The project has been designed at 10 units per acre, hence the 96 units. The private open space, there's an average, if you take the 96 homes on average, there's 937 square feet per unit. The minimum square footage for their private open space is 500 square feet. They've added the common open space, which is approximately just a couple square feet short of 300 square feet per unit. And there's 3 guest parking spaces. When I first had the conversation with the developers back at the beginning of the year, and as we were getting close to submitting, they were getting close to submitting their application, the commission has reviewed other residential projects, apartment complexes, and those kinds of things. I've taken heed to some of those comments. I know that the question about, where are the guests going to park, kind of a thing. There's no on-street parking. It's basically a fire lane all the way around. No parking next to the sidewalk or the homes. We want to be able to ensure that they all have enough open space. So when we take the combination of the two, the private and the public, and the common open spaces, I think we provide well over what would be required of a complex of this style. And then the density, although they could have, I don't want to say they could have gone up to 115 because there's other things that they need to comply with, but it really became a design charrette, if you will. Give me some good open space, some of the other amenities like parking and parks and safety areas, and from there let's back into a number of units. That's how we came up with the 96 units. So I think that they've done a good job in designing the project. For this, we did have a mitigated negative declaration that was prepared. It was circulated for public review, and there were no comments from the public submitted on that document. There was a mitigation monitoring and reporting program to ensure that anything that was identified that needed to be alleviated to minimize any impact. There were very, very few mitigation measures if you look at your attachment to the resolution. But ultimately, I think that they've come up with a good design for the project. So here is, if you were standing at Laurelwood and you're looking east, this is the site, 9 acres, and you'll to the right there in the horizon, that's the 10 freeway, and then you have the other planned residential development on the left-hand side. You can see the back of those houses there. This is turning back around and looking west on Laurelwood Drive, like towards Tippecanoe. Again, that's a single-family residential neighborhood. This is looking right at, if you were standing at Laurelwood, right approximately where the entrance of the proposed project is. You're looking north on Ferry, and again, you'll see the vacant lot to the right, and you see the existing planned development right there on the upper right-hand corner, and the single-family residential developments on the left-hand side. And this is looking, standing generally where the entrance would be of the project, and this is looking towards the 10 freeway, and this is where the terminus of Ferry Street would be, so you can see where that would end there. I mentioned earlier about the secondary fire access. This was kind of one of the critical pieces that we had to resolve early on. We've had other people that were interested in doing a project here at this location, but what was the challenge is the fire department always requires secondary access for fire, and because it doesn't front true streets, it was difficult to do there. As it turns out, the water station, if you could see behind the gate there to the far right, that's actually owned by the city of Loma Linda, and the easement where you see this driveway that leads to the back, it's actually an easement that's granted to the city of Loma Linda for that, so they can access and maintain their facility there. We did have correspondence with the city, and they have authorized our city and the developer to use their easement for secondary access. Once we were able to accomplish that, we met with County Fire and kind of presented, what the requirements were going to be and such. They're asking for an 18-foot minimum. So essentially, what needs to happen is the toe of the slope is going to be pushed a little bit to the left, so that they'll be able to widen it to the 18 feet, so that the trucks, if need be, can get back there, and there will be a gate at the bottom of the of that emergency access. With that, our recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2020-043, forwarding a recommendation to the Mayor and City Council that they adopt the mitigated negative declaration and approve General Plan Amendment 2003, Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 2004, Development Permit Type P 02, and Subdivision 20-03 for the tentative tract map for 20293. The tract map is required as an underline to the plan development, because they're going to be detached and they're going to be individually owned. And again, the homeowners association will maintain the private street and the homeowners association. That concludes my presentation. I would be glad to and happy to answer any questions that you may have. I have the applicant from Warmington Homes, Mr. Joe Offaly, is online, and we also have Eric Everhart, who I've been working with on this project, that could answer any project-related questions. I appreciate the time and thank you. I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Oliver.
You're
So
welcome.
at this time, I'm going to open a public hearing for this item. And Stephanie, to my understanding, we don't have any public comments, or do we?
We do. We have 3 written comments.
Perfect. Then we'll listen to those.
Thank you. The first comment comes from Bryant Brislin. I support the project that Warmington has proposed because our state is in a severe housing crisis and we desperately need each city to do their part in allowing new housing to be built. This project especially makes sense given the proximity to the freeway and thus easy access for the future homeowners who have to commute to jobs in other areas. From what I see in other cities, the usual folks who object to new projects are people who are safe in homes that they bought decades ago and are enjoying a very low property tax bill due to Prop 13. It seems very selfish of these people who are already in the lifeboat to want to pull the ladder away so that other people can't get in the lifeboat too. Please approve this project. Our next comment comes from, I hope I say this name correctly, Yigal Hay. To whom it may concern, I want this email to be in support for the above mentioned project, which is what we're on now. New affordable homes are always a welcome to see, especially in an area that has retail components that need support. By having done projects in San Bernardino and always looking for more opportunities, I believe this will revamp the immediate area and bring light and newness. By freshening up a piece of land that has been sitting dormant for many years, positive things will follow and close by homes will start by updating and upgrading, bringing more money to the city. As an investor, I will definitely pique my interest. Thank you very much. Our last comment on this item comes from Gian Torkin. Hello, my name is Gian Torkin from ICO Real Estate Group. We own a number of properties on the hospitality corridor and between subject property and Tippecanoe Street. We are very excited about this new project. These new homeowners will eventually be patrons to the retail on hospitality corridor and add to the city's tax base. Given the price point these homes will be offered, the average household income of these new residences will be in excess of $70,000, and they will have a total estimate of $5,640,000 in total disposable income to spend in shopping in the hospitality corridor and at the city at large. This project will also jumpstart the renovation and new home development of properties to the west of the property with the most western border on Tippecanoe. Overall, this project will have a significant positive impact in the most desirable area of the city and therefore will contribute to the city as a whole.
Thank you, Stephanie. So at this point, I will ask the applicant if you'd like to make any additional comments towards both public comments or the staff report.
My name is Eric Eberhardt. I'm with Warmington, and we just want to say that it's a pleasure to be here today to get the opportunity to present our new project. It's been phenomenal working with staff, especially with Oliver, in working through the details of this project and really bringing it to top notch. We're excited. We think that this will be the catalyst for this whole area, and we're prepared to bring our A game to San Bernardino. We'll set the high standard that other developers are going to have to shoot for. So thank you again for your opportunity, and I hope you approve our project tonight.
Thank you. All right, so I'll go down the list, starting with Commissioner Guerrero.
Looks like a beautiful project, Oliver. Congratulations to you and Eric to work together during these crazy times to bring such a beautiful project to San Bernardino. So kudos to you guys.
Team effort. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm not sure if we have good, clear communication, but we'll see. Commissioner Lopez, any comment?
No comments, project.
All right, perfect. Commissioner Liang, any comments?
Actually, yes, good project. Just a quick question on noise to staff or Mr. Everhart. You know, in terms of the units along the freeway, how is that mitigated, or what's the fence height there?
I can address that. Along Interstate 10, there will be a 12-foot sound wall. And then in addition to that, the units themselves are mitigated so that with the window treatment and other treatments that you're able to have a nice, quiet environment within the home.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have. Nice project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jones, any comments?
No, overall, I like the project. I needed some clarification on the community clubhouse, because I know that was a critical component to this actual project. I know that was why they reduced the 12 units per acre to 10 specifically to accommodate that clubhouse. So if the staff or the applicants could shed some light on there, is that still on, or what's the status with that?
We've had those conversations, and we've looked at some alternatives. You know, at this point, it really comes down to one of two things. There was either to eliminate one of the units, and or we were exploring the possibility of doing something within the cul-de-sac. We have a challenge there because if you do a vacation, half of that Ferry Street would go to the property owner to the west, and so it really became a design challenge. I know that we've had that conversation, and at this point, it's that's not part of the proposal.
Because I remember that was something that was originally proposed for the residents. It's an added amenity, and I think it would be beneficial for the community as well. And I believe there was accommodations made for an access point, so the developer could build this. But no, I was just asking about that and what was going on with the status of that, and if that was still going to be a part of the plan.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Wolbert, any comments?
The only comment I had has been answered. I was going to ask about the sound wall on against the freeway, but that's been answered, and I think this is a great project. Let's go.
Perfect. Commissioner Chang?
And none for me. Thank you.
Perfect. So this is my ward, so definitely a little, not more invested because every project is important throughout the city. But I definitely pass by these areas a little bit more often. And I think this is going to be an amazing project. I did have a few comments since it's all being newly developed and everything. You kind of answered it. It's going to be HA with a taking care of the park and the streets and the lighting as well, correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. Perfect. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Since you are having two little parks and everything, I know in the newer parks that they're kind of adding these poles and everything with kind of a blue light, essentially just an emergency kind of response or anything. Is anything like that going to be added to these?
We had not, we can certainly look at that. We have not thought of installing that, but if that's a need, we definitely could do that.
Okay. I think because it's kind of towards the far side and everything, and there's not really an access point from there, it might not be completely necessary, and since the park is a little smaller. But just, in case and everything, there's always, that possibility that can be used. The trees that are being used, I know this was brought up by Commissioner Liang a few meetings ago. Will they be smaller ones or will they be mature trees? That way they kind of go along with the other properties that are adjacent to it.
They're going to be mature and decorative. There's going to be a variation of trees, especially along the Laurelwood frontage and the entrance. And so, yeah, that's a like I said, when I say team effort, we listen to comments that the commissioners make on other projects as we go along, and we learn our lessons, if you will. So that's why when we met with Warmington on this particular project, I had my long list of things that I knew the commissioners were going to look for, on the project kind of a thing. And so yes, the palette is been provided. I did ask for some mature trees, to be interdispersed there along that frontage, and again, we're looking to set the bar pretty high here on this site, and I think that it'll be well welcomed in that neighborhood.
Perfect, wonderful. And then I think the only other comment I had was, because you are adjacent to those other homes, I think their back is to you guys. Is an additional wall being placed there, or?
No, that wall will be maintained. I think there's a couple of gaps, if you will, or some pieces, fragmented pieces that need to be repaired, and so ultimately there'll be a survey to ensure that that it's a solid wall all the way across, and so there's a appropriate privacy for both sides. Of the wall, and so that is being addressed.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that that was not spotty or anything like that, right, that no one could get in. And is that split faced? I don't know. If that's, yes. Okay. And some of these properties, I was kind of looking at them on certain corners. They seem to have quite a bit of land. Would ADUs be able to be placed into these spots?
We hadn't really discussed or explored that. I mean, the lots themselves aren't really that big. I mean, they look like they might be, but the part of the design exercise, if you will, is to we didn't want the toy soldiers, just everyone just lined up kind of a thing, and we wanted to provide a little bit of variation and stuff, and so we really did frankly challenge Eric and his team to give us something nice, and so it looks big, but like I said, the houses range from 1,800 to 2,000 square feet, which is a good size, not too big, and it's not too small kind of a thing, and so I think it comes off well, and so I don't recall what the largest lot size is. Some of the the pie-shaped lots are always larger, and so there's a variety. Of course, the homes in the inner circle are those are a little smaller, the lots, what have you. But again, it provides variety and there's a marketability because there's a variation of affordability, if you will.
Perfect. My last question for you, Mr. Everhart, is when would you get started?
We'd like to get started as quickly as we can get the grading plans approved and as quickly as we can get our permits. We're ready to go. So again, with the approval tonight, we'll begin to make headway.
Wonderful. I have no further questions. I think it'll be an amazing project and it looks beautiful. So I'll just go over once more and everything. If commissioners have any additional comments. If not, I will close public. Oh, yes, Albert.
You go ahead and close public hearing, and then I'll make
I will close public hearing for this item, and then we'll hear
I just wanted to remind you that because it's a recommended general plan amendment and development code amendment, that we need an affirmative 5 votes to pass.
Perfect. Thank you, Albert. All right. We've closed public hearing for this item. I will entertain a motion for this item. I will make a motion for this item to be approved as read into the record. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Stephanie, if we could have a vote roll call.
Commissioner Guerrero?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez? Commissioner Lopez?
Aye.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Liang?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones?
I'll be abstaining.
Commissioner Wilbert?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
The item is approved and will be forwarded.
Thank you, commissioners.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to item number 7.
Is it Wednesday yet?
Almost.
Excuse me.
Let's get going.
Let's go. Item number 7 is extension of time number 20-03. It's for tentative track map 20043. This is the third requested extension of time. It's for the subdivision of a property, approximately 5.23 acres for 16 residential lots. It also included the approval of the 16 homes. The property is located on the south side of West Belmont Avenue between North Palm and Churchill Street, and it's within the residential low zone. This is the, so we have the location map showing the zoning of the property. So it's residential low. We've got the estate homes, and then we have the aerial photograph shows you the surrounding area. This is the subdivision that was approved for the project. And I will say that the applicant is with us. The request for the extension, there's been a change in ownership, it's my understanding. And I also wanted to indicate that the final map is actually being scheduled for the city council meeting of November 4th. So they weren't, because of the timing, there was switch in ownership and this and that. So they filed the extension kind of as a safeguard because they weren't sure they were going to be able to file in time. So they filed it and so here we are. And so it appears that it's going to be on November 7th, but this is just kind of a just in case matter for them. And so our recommendation is that you make the CEQA finding that the CEQA document was originally approved for the project, and that that you approve extension of time 2000, or excuse me, 20-03 for the tentative map. I'd be glad to answer any questions. And again, as I indicated, the applicant is with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. At this time, I'll open public hearing for this item. Stephanie, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Perfect. I'll ask the applicant if he wants to add anything. It's just an extension time, but still.
Yes, my name is Sharif Awad. I am the developer for this project. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I bought this one, and I'm going to build it as soon as we get it approved and we get the permit from the city. We have nice designs for some houses that we built it before in Fontana and Rialto. So we choose the best of the best in the designs to make a nice product in the area. And, you know, I think we will have a nice product since this is large lots and it has an RV access, RV park in each lot. So I think we will have a nice design if we get it approved by the city.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So going down the list, Commissioner Guerrero, any comments?
No.
Commissioner Lopez?
No comment.
Commissioner Liang?
No comments.
Commissioner Jones?
I have no comments.
Commissioner Wilbert?
No comment.
Commissioner Chang?
No comment.
All right. My only comment is, since this is going to City Council in November, from there, would you be, starting the project soon after, or is there a tentative scheduling for that?
We will start it immediately upon getting the approval from the city council to record the final map. We will pull the permit and start the off-site improvement. We will do the sewer, water, and pave the streets and start immediately building the houses. So hopefully before the summer of next year, we will have the houses ready to move in.
Perfect. All right then. If the commissioners don't have any other comments, I see no hands. I will close public hearing for this item and I will entertain a motion.
Thank you.
The motion to approve the agenda item is read into the record.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Stephanie, if we could have a vote roll call.
Commissioner Guerrero?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Liang?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilbert?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
The item passes.
Thank you so
Congratulations,
much.
Sharif.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, commissioners.
I promise you to do a product that everyone will be proud of.
All right, we're gonna hold you to it.
Good night. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Going on to item number 8. If we
Okay.
could have a staff report.
Okay, Travis, take us home.
All right, thank you. Now that we got the warm up out of the way, we'll move on to item 8. Item 8 this evening is Development Code Amendment 20-01. This is for social service facilities within the city of San Bernardino. You go to the next slide. So a little bit of background, as I trust everyone is at least reasonably aware. We've been working hard over this last year to look at our existing social service standards. How things get permitted, where things get permitted, how things operate, things of that sort. This goes back to some concerns that were brought up from the community late last year regarding some recent projects in the city. Because of those concerns that came up, and to give staff the time to really look at this issue in depth, the City Council did adopt an urgency ordinance back in December, mid-December of 2019. That put in place a 45-day moratorium on establishing any new social services facilities within 750 feet of a residential property in the city. That is the original practice in January, mid-January of 2020, this year, the city then, the council extended that for the additional 10 months and 15 days that staff had upwards of a full year to review this item. We can go on. Thank you. So the big things that we looked at when we first started getting into this, and this was, you know, from staff's review, from, you know, direction from the council through the urgency ordinances, and then through meetings that we had with some of the neighborhood groups in the city, there were a number of items that were identified that were kind of problematic as they were looked at. First and foremost was the definition in the existing code. As we've talked about with other updates that are being worked on with the code and the general plan, there's just some things that are a little older, need some kind of new clarity in how we word them. And some of the problems with the existing definition was really, it wasn't always clear what should fall as a social service and what not. So it created some unintentional areas where things could slip through. We also had concern over distancing requirements from some sensitive uses, specifically residential uses. The traffic impacts of projects, you know, depending on how projects would take access, you know, from what types of streets, traffic coming into residential areas, things like that. And then lastly, it's just what is required when one wants to be established. There was some question on whether conditional use permits are required. There's some differing standards in the existing code that create some confusion to that practice. Next slide. So once we kind of established what the base issues were, we went and looked at how we wanted to address those. Kind of going in the same order, we looked at the existing definition we had, kind of addressed kind of where we could add some additional language to add in some other uses to make it certain that staff is able to clearly define these activities when they come in. And instead of having the one definition, we're now proposing 3 definitions in total. What those would do, firstly, is to just define what a social service is, regardless of the facility that may be operating it. So we did that. We kind of built that off of our existing definition, but then added in some additional descriptions. And then once we had defined what the use was, we've created an explanation for 2 different types of facilities that would operate social services. The first is just the social service, tongue-tied. Social service facility itself. Those would be primarily your office functions. You know what the key item in that definition being that no patients or no one receiving any assistance there would remain on site overnight. And then kind of the counter to that would be your residential social service facilities. That would be where 24-hour care or longer is provided to some patient or client. The next item was distancing. We looked at some of the other ways we regulated, you know, potential uses that could be potential, you know, problems for sensitive uses within the code, specifically alcohol, and kind of built off of the standard that we had there as far as distancing and what types of uses we would want to enforce certain distancing from. So we've added sections that talk about, you know, distancing from other social service facilities, from schools, from churches, from, you know, residential uses, things of that sort. Next was the access to the site. Just to give a little bit of clarity, we just really went in with, you know, major, secondary, and collector arterials. Those are the larger streets within the city. It would prohibit any facility from taking access from a local street, which is what you typically have in your residential neighborhoods. And then what we will do, it's something a little hard to codify, but what we will have to do moving forward is also work, because there may be those situations where you have a facility that might be taking it from a larger street, but we would also work to make sure that once it hits those, it's directing away from the residential neighborhoods and more to your corridors or the freeway, or, you know, whatever may be appropriate. And then lastly was kind of reaffirming that a conditional use permit would in fact be required for these facilities as a standard. Because we're now defining them in two different ways, the office and the residential uses, any residential facility would always require a CUP regardless of where it's permitted. For the non-residential facilities, we would still require it if it was within 750 feet of a residential property, kind of going in line with the standard established in the urgency ordinance. But if the facility is not within 75 feet of a residentially zoned property, you know, a facility downtown, for instance, or, you know, kind of in the south end of the city, then it would be subject just to the development permit that would be typical of kind of our DERC review. Next slide. There were also a couple other items as we went through it and we're looking at our standards and some of the surrounding jurisdictions that we felt, you know, weren't brought up when we kind of looked at the existing concerns, but they were things we felt nonetheless were important to address. One of them was in the current code, it doesn't really establish clear standards for hours of operation, just kind of leaves it open. So we did want to just put as a baseline a standard of, you know, not before 8 a.m. or after 8 p.m. during any day, but give the discretion to the commission as well to modify that, you know, if it was deemed appropriate, you know, as some sites may have different constraints than others. The other one was distribution of food and goods. We know a lot of times part of the social services are, you know, handouts for, you know, members of the community. And one thing we wanted to make certain, because that has been a concern at some facilities, is, you know, if something like that's being done, it's not open to just members of the public, you know, just anyone. It's really, you know, the facilities where people are staying, where they're being provided, you know, meals or something like that. So it wouldn't be open to non-residents. And then lastly was putting in a new requirement. This is something that was somewhat touched on in the current code, but it wasn't ever outright required. And that would be a management plan for any potential facility that would discuss, among other things, you know, the capacity of the facility, either, you know, residential or non-residential, information about the on-site management, so that if there are concerns that come up in operations, once a facility has been established, we have that kind of contact to be able to engage. And then lastly would be a security plan, as far as how they're going to have people on site, you know, regarding waiting areas, you know, what's going to happen, security that they may have, you know, things like that. And next. And with that, that just kind of is a large overview of what we've done, but I think it really hits kind of the main points that we've been looking at. So our recommendation this evening is to find this is exempt from CEQA under section 15061B3, and then make the recommendation forwarding this item to the council for their further consideration. With that, I do want to just add, as we reviewed the item after distribution, we did find just a couple points that we wanted to have some clarity on. Last week, we did have some additional consultation with some of the neighboring groups that expressed some of the concerns previously. And through that consult, we did have a couple items we just want to do to clean up. So it's primarily within the proposed definitions. Sorry, I'm missing my page. The first thing that we would like to propose is within the it's specifically within the definitions for social service facilities and the residential facilities. Within both of them, it does begin describing facilities operated by a nonprofit group or agency. We would like to add, just in brackets following agency, that would be public and or private, because we want to make sure we don't leave any one open to be excluded. And that would be added the same in both definitions. And then at the end of both definitions, we do just want to add kind of an additional thought, you know, a comma, and then any other use or similar use as determined by the director. Because although we've done, I think, you know, a fairly thorough job of trying to define all the types of facilities, we do know that there's a lot of, you know, deviation. There's always something new that may come in and not exactly fit in the box. So we want to leave that discretion to the director to include other things that we may feel really meet the spirit of what a social service facility is. Lastly would be under the development standards, section 3, and then letter D under distancing, there was just an omission on one word. It should say facilities shall not be any closer than 500 feet. The word not was just excluded, so we would like to add that as well. And with that, I will conclude my portion of this and open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. So at this point, I will open public hearing for this item. Stephanie, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have one voicemail.
Perfect.
Yes, this is for the Planning Commission meeting, September 22nd, 2020, item number 18 on the agenda. I'm sorry, 8. My name is Lynn Ware, L-Y-N-N-E-W-E-A-R. I'm a lifelong resident of San Bernardino and president of the Muscogee Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Muscogee and Blair Park Neighborhood Association, and indeed of all community residents in reference to your Planning Commission agenda item number 8. First, I would like to thank Mr. Huntley and his staff for meeting with me and other neighborhood representatives in February to discuss potential revisions to the development code pertaining to social services facilities, their definitions, and zoning considerations. Our efforts to seek more specificity in the code are a result of what we learned during our challenge of the now famed county pad building at 27th and Little Mountain. We appreciate the opportunity to have a voice in this code revision process, and we are proud to have been successful in effecting positive change that will directly impact our neighborhoods going forward. Second, we are thankful that most of the recommendations that we put forward are indeed embedded in the development code revisions before you in item number 8. Our goals and objectives parallel the city's general plan land use goals, which state preserve and enhance San Bernardino's unique neighborhoods, promote development that integrates with and minimizes impacts on surrounding land uses. We support the proposed revisions in the draft with 2 exceptions, which have been discussed with and have been favorably received by Mr. Huntley and Mr. Mojica. First exception is Exhibit A, Paragraph 2, Social Service Facilities. The definition term agency, we believe, should be specifically defined as government, private, or nonprofit. This will provide specificity and clarity. Second exception is Exhibit B, Social Service Facilities, number 1, action. We take issue with the distancing of social service facilities relative to a residentially zoned parcel. Our original recommendation to Mr. Huntley was for 1,000 feet, but the draft indicates 750 feet. We would like to know why the distance was reduced and if the commission would consider changing it back to 1,000 feet in order to provide further buffer for neighborhood residents. We appreciate your consideration of these very important revisions that serve to strengthen our development code and bolster citizens' rights and protections. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Any comments towards the things, Travis, that were brought up? Oh, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
I'm sorry about that. I was doing so well. I think the first comment we really did address slightly different wording in what we proposed, but by adding public and private after the agency section, I think it really does cover it. As far as the second comment regarding the distancing, as I mentioned, the 750 was something that we pulled directly from the urgency ordinances that were adopted last year and the beginning of this year by the council. We felt that was the number that they had established as kind of the point of concern in that adoption. So we thought that it was consistent to stick with that. But that being said, you know, as we have welcomed the input of the community, certainly welcome the thoughts of the commission, and I think we would be open to looking to modify that if that was the will.
Perfect. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
So what I'll do is I'll go down the list. Commissioner Guerrero, any comments?
No, I don't have any comments. I know it was a hot topic.
All right. Commissioner Lopez?
Just a few comments. Thank you for that, Mr. Honey and Travis and any other staff who work on this, because we will create a consideration for everything that Lynn was. I want to clarify, Travis mentioned the immediate neighborhood groups. I like to name neighborhood groups. That's Muscogee Neighborhood Association.
Here are the words.
Blair Park
Oh,
Neighborhood
what's wrong?
Association.
Commissioner Lopez, it's hard to hear you. Are you able to use the chat box, or are you able to call in from your phone?
I'm sorry, what?
It's hard to hear what you're saying. Are you able to use the chat box feature to ask your question or to call?
I was. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The sound is the same on
I
our
thought
end.
I was in it. I don't know what the problem is.
So if you're unable to call in from your phone or use the chat box, I just ask you to ask a very simple, direct, to the point question, because it's hard to hear. It's hard to hear when you speak. So if you limit the number of words you speak, maybe
So where I call?
Can you say again?
Okay. Great job. Great job. I also would prefer the 1,000 feet distance, not 750. And I do want everyone to know that the Neighborhood Association Council supported this for led Muscogee and Blue Park. And we shared this amendment with them this past Saturday, and they were also in support of it. And would like the 750 changed to 1,000 feet. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Liang?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Travis, for providing that clarity on the definition sections relating to adding the private agencies in there for clarity. And I support Commissioner Lopez's statement increasing the distance consistent with the neighborhood groups folks relating to that 1,000 feet. So I think it would be, it would further enhance this development code amendment from 750 to 1,000 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Liang. Commissioner Jones?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I thank you, Travis, for presenting that. I personally don't have any recommendations for any modifications. I think the way it was presented would fare well. I think the 1,000-foot buffer is a little extreme. We're pushing services further away from residential, which means that our residents and citizens would essentially have to travel farther. And we're already talking about people that are of less means, since they're going to be distributing social services. So all we're doing is pushing those services farther out away from them. And the people that are complaining about the social services are more or less or not even likely to be utilizing those services as well. So I personally think the 750-foot buffer is adequate, and the way it's been presented should be approved that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Wolbert?
Yes, I can see this came from the firestorm that came that produced this. That's good. It's being resolved. But the only other thought, is there any thought about restricting the height of these buildings?
I mean, that wasn't something that was immediately brought up in any of our discussions on this. In all of the facilities where they would be established, either residential or the multifamily residential zones or the commercial or industrial areas, there's already defined standards for, heights and setbacks, lot coverage, those things. And it's really kind of consistent with the rest of our code. I'm hard pressed to think of an instance where we define a development standard of that sort by a specific use. It's primarily by the area, being the zoning district where the development would be.
So if it's close to 1,000 feet from a residential area, the existing codes would dictate the height of that building?
Yes, as they would with any other land use or development.
Oh, okay. So they could dump a 6-story building in that.
Not if they tried to downtown perhaps, but in most of the commercial zones, the areas that do kind of buffer the residential, the height limit is typically 2 to 3 stories, kind of depending. So it would remain consistent with that.
Okay, good. So that's existing.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Chang?
I have no comment. Thank you.
All right. Yes, much like my other commissioners, I know what kind of prompted this really happening, and I want to thank Travis. I want to thank Mr. Huntley and just staff in general for taking, the communities and the neighborhoods' words to heart and making these amendments. I think it looks good. The amendments are much clearer, and definitely the verbiage was a little dated. So having that clarity really does prevent, anything else from happening. I think the 750 is a good number, much like Mr. Jones said, Commissioner Jones said. These facilities and everything, they already are pushed quite a distance from residents. So I'm not, opposed to the 1,000. The 750 is what was kind of agreed upon and what's kind of being used right now as a standard. So in terms of that, I don't really have much of an opinion, but if we can come to a conclusion, maybe with a slight vote of if the 1,000 would be better or the 750, we can move forward to passing this item.
Well, I just want to clarify the 1,000 feet. It's actually, as a result of from meetings with the neighborhood association folks. So this comes from the real grassroots. So the 750, I'm not sure where staff are, granted that it came from previous recommendation, but that was not. I'm not certain if that was discussed with the grassroots folks. Concerning this matter. And so I think if you listen to the tape from the neighborhood association, that was the 1,000 feet was discussed. And so again, that distance, comes from the grassroots folks, the folks that are going to be impacted by it. They may not necessarily use the facility as indicated or stated by Commissioner Jones, but they would be the folks that would be most impacted by it as they are closest to the operators. So again, I'm just supporting in terms of the statements from the neighborhood associations. Thank you.
If we have, does anyone else have any other comments? If not, then I will close public hearing for this item and I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-038, approving the development code amendment based upon the findings of fact and recommended to the conditions of approval.
I'll second it.
And this, we have a motion, we have a second.
I have a competing motion.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
Direct set aside as presented, but in the change distance 750 to 1,000.
We have a counter motion for changing the footage from 750 to 1,000. Is there a second to that motion?
Excuse me, Albert, do we have to take a vote on the first motion?
So if we get a second on Commissioner Lopez's motion, the last motion has to be voted on first. So and there can be up to 3 motions, by the way, according to our procedural rules. And so if there's only 2, Commissioner Lopez's is voted on first. And if it passes, again, this is a proposed development code amendment. So either motion needs an affirmative 5 votes to pass. If neither motion gets 5 votes, then the thing is dead. So we need affirmative 5 votes. If Commissioner Lopez's motion gets 5, we're done and we move on. If it doesn't get 5, then we proceed on a motion on Commissioner Jones's. On a vote on Commissioner Jones's.
So I'll second Commissioner Lopez's motion for 1,000 feet.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second with the amendment from 750 to 1,000 feet. So we'll vote first on that one, I believe.
Commissioner Guerrero?
Just to clarify, we're voting on the one for the 1,000 feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yes.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Liang?
Yes.
Vice Chair Jones? Vice Chair.
No.
Commissioner Wilbert?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes, for the 1,000 feet.
We have a 6-1 vote with Vice Chair Jones voting no.
And so again, for the record, for the commission's procedural rules, since there was 5 affirmative votes on Commissioner Lopez's motion, it passed. We do not need to have a vote on Commissioner Jones's motion. We can move on.
Perfect. Thank you, Albert. I believe that is the last item on our agenda. We will hear Planning Commission reports and announcements. Or the director's report.
Yes, Chairperson and Commissioners, I'd like to start by introducing Harold Luna. He's been sitting silently here on our screens here. Harold is our new associate planner. This is his 2nd week with us. And are you there, Harold?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Oliver.
You'd like to kindly introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about yourself in 2 minutes or less or something like that?
Yes, definitely. So, Madam Chair, members of the commission, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Just want to let you guys know that I'm very excited to have this opportunity to be part of the city staff, and that I'm looking forward to working with you as well as with staff and members of the public. I do have extensive experience working in the planning sector with my previous employer with the city of Corona. So I'm looking forward to working with you all again, and it's a pleasure to meet you all.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Luna.
Thank you.
And welcome on board.
Yeah,
welcome.
You. Welcome, Mr. Luna.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And thank you for that. And secondly, the city council last week, they approved the contract for PlaceWorks to do our general plan update, our development code update, and our downtown specific plan. So we're ready to roll up our sleeves, and we're looking to work with PlaceWorks here within the next month or so to refine the scope of work and schedule and so forth. We will come back. We are Mr. Huntley and I we're working on the schedule as to when we would be bringing kind of a brief introduction to the commissioners on the team and kind of the layout of the schedule and so forth. So we'll update you at the next meeting of where we are on that. We'll also do a similar presentation to the city council in terms of timing and schedule and so and task sort of thing. But we're excited to get started. PlaceWorks is a highly regarded firm. They're going to do a fantastic job for us, and we're ready to get that underway, and include the commissioners as part of that process. So be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver.
You're welcome.
Does the commission have any comments or any announcements they want to make?
Michael, did you have anything else to add?
Oh, I
think you hit the nail on the head.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Commissioner Guerrero?
Yes, am I allowed to invite everyone to a webinar for a nonprofit organization?
Yes.
If not, you already did.
Well, I just wanted to make sure. Well, I wanted to let you all know that the Unforgettables is having a webinar on Friday, October 9th. It begins at 9 a.m. And our keynote speakers are going to be Opal Singleton, who's with Million Kids Keeping Kids Safe from Predators, and Dr. Anthony Szilard. He's with Cal State San Bernardino. You can register for free going to the www.unforgettables.org, and it is free, so hope you can attend and share with friends. Thank you.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang, did you have a comment as well?
Yes, I just like to ask, this is a question for Albert. It's regarding the email that Stephanie sent out to all of us, the Bronze Act. So forgive me, I don't have it, say it correctly. Could you just dumb it down to third grade level for my understanding what that is about, so
Sure.
I be sure to understand. Thank you.
Sure. So there was recent legislation, AB 992, that amended the Brown Act related to interactions on social media. Let me tell you what you already know. You can't have serial meetings outside of these kind of meetings. That is noticed, open, public meetings. That means you can't talk amongst yourself about official business outside of an official noticed public meeting. What this does is it says that on social media, you can't have those types of meetings. That was always the case. If a quorum of you, meaning 5 out of the 9, started talking official business, even if it was on Facebook, that would be a prohibited serial meeting under the Brown Act. What this legislation does is something new. It used to be the case, and it's normally the case, that one-on-one contacts, so one conversation between, let's say, Commissioner Wolbert and Commissioner Chang, so one-on-one conversation, that normally would not violate the Brown Act, even if it's on official business. But this legislation says that it would be a Brown Act violation if you do have that conversation over social media about official business. So what conversation means is if you like, if Commissioner Chang, if you like a social media post that Commissioner Wolbert puts on his Facebook, let's assume he has a Facebook. If you like something that he posted that's related to official business, if you respond with any kind of an emoji, a happy face, a sad face, an angry face, if you share his post on your social media and then give some comment on it, if you comment on his Facebook post, any of those things would now be prohibited under this new legislation. That's basically what it does.
God, thank you
You're welcome.
for explaining it. Thank you.
Thank you for asking the question. Now we're clear too.
Perfect. All right. Any other comments? If not, I think we can adjourn this meeting.
We don't want to filibuster for 5 minutes so we can end at 11.
No. I think everyone's ready.
Oh my God, it's 11. This is so late. We're past that time.
I'd like
Yes.
to make a motion adjourning this meeting until October 13th.
Yes.
6 p.m. at the regular scheduled planning commission meeting.
Perfect. All in favor?
We need to
Aye.
say.
Aye.
Seconded.
I think that's the majority.
Overwhelming majority.
Yes.
Who seconded? Who seconded?
Oh, I'll second. I'll
Okay.
second that.
Make it for the record. She seconded. All right, we're good.
Perfect. All right. Well, good evening, everybody, and an awesome meeting. Thank you guys for sticking it out. We're here for quite a while, so.